Good morning. This is Faye D'Souza. You're on our YouTube page. Thank you for joining us. Like everybody else, we're tracking the big election results. Numbers have started to come in. We've got a wonderful lineup of analysts and senior journalists who will join us through the course of the day to take us through what these numbers actually mean. We're going to put them up on your screen. There you have it. And I want to point out these are postal ballots that are currently being counted, and you'll see those leads coming in. Just to explain what we've done, there's the NDA, the India Bloc, and others. So people who have not aligned with either one. So, for example, the TMC or the Biju Dal are in others at this point. Oasis and others, but largely this is the number that will matter most of all. We'll also get into state breakups and party-wise breakups, but if you're joining in right now, give us a thumbs up and let me know that you're here. Just to explain to you what happens this morning. First, they, of course, open the strong rooms where all of the EVMs are kept, and the counting officially starts at 8 a.m. But they count the postal ballots. Joining me right now, Gali Nagaraj, who is an independent journalist, currently is overseas in the US, but has been kind enough to give us time in the middle of the night to talk about what's going on. Mr. Nagaraj, thank you so much for joining us. Just taking our audience through how postal ballots. So postal ballots are actually sent in by officers who are on posting at this point, correct? And these are the ones that get counted first.
Yes. See,
yes.
As per the initial indications available, as you said, through postal ballot, see, the outcome is not as depressing as projected by exit polls earlier. So most of the exit polls predicted a very clean sweep by Narendra Modi's BJP. So 400, what is that? 400 par.
Yes.
But see, as of the indications available now, N.D.A. is lead in over 117 and 203. See, India is around 200 and N.D.A. is 200. 117, 200. Okay. Not as bad as it was earlier projected by the exit polls.
Mr. Nagaraj, the postal ballot is not a very good indicator, right? It's just a small percentage of votes in each constituency come in via postal ballot. So, is it fair to actually take too much reading into what we're seeing right now?
But see, earlier the projections indicated that N.D.A. India ended up almost zero. Almost zero, nothing.
Well, the projections India between 150.
If N.D.A. crosses 400 or 405, so India will be nowhere. No.
Okay.
I think picture is something promising for India, for the opposition camp. So as per it is only initial indications.
Okay. Well, just taking our audience through the numbers that we have right now. So we're looking at, and these are the numbers we're picking up from India today at this point, because the numbers on the Election Commission website have not been updated at all. So as those get updated, we'll bring you those numbers as well. So just looking at the numbers, and if we take a look at the Election Commission also, Election Commission is showing the BJP leading in 42 seats and the Congress in 17, Aam Aadmi Party in 4 and Samajwadi Party in 2, and there's a long tail of 1 for everybody else. Taking a look at what we have right now state-wise on India Today, as we look at it, the leads are 251 for the NDA and 158 leads for the India Alliance and about 14 for the others, of which just the BJP alone is at 217 in leads and the Congress is at 78. Now remember, the Congress contested far fewer seats this time than they would normally have, because for the Congress party this has been a big sort of sacrifice in this election, because they actually for the first time managed to put aside their pride and contest fewer seats in order to be able to do larger seat sharing with their alliance partner. So it'll really be a test to see if that strategy has worked or not. Mr. Nagaraj?
See, the strategy of Congress party?
Yes, the fact that it has this time contested fewer than the total number of seats that it normally contests.
See,
The sample, yes.
obviously, lot of challenges are there in stitching up coalition partners by the Congress party.
Hmm.
So there is existential fight between the Congress and the so-called allies in West Bengal, and then Delhi, Punjab, see Kerala. See, no, Kerala all the way. Rahul Gandhi went to I.N.D.A and fought the CPI in 2019. So, in spite of these handicaps and challenges, Congress appears to be uh, making some headway in stitching up alliances.
Yeah, the Congress seems to be making headway, and this is different from what they've managed to do in the past, right? Because there have been, times when they were trying to work with the SP, trying to work with the Aam Aadmi Party, and they weren't able to do it. And the India Alliance or the India Bloc, at the time when Nitish Kumar switched sides, did look like it was in trouble, because that was also the time that Mamata Banerjee decided that she was going to contest separately. Mr. Nagaraj?
I see in Bihar, as far as Nitish Kumar's state is concerned, this Tejasvi is making waves there. So he has become dominant figure in Bihar politics. See, due to dwindling popularity of Nitish Kumar, I think say Nitish Kumar returning to N.D.A may make much impact, may not make much impact there. I think. See, a lot of incumbency against Nitish Kumar is there. Nitish Kumar and the Sobriquet as Faltu Ram. See, is switching from one party to the other, and also a lot of basic ground level issues are there. So I think Nitish Kumar's return to BJP may not
Yeah.
give Modi much weightage, I think.
In fact, there was some sort of Delhi gossip on Twitter that I picked up. And since we're looking at election numbers, and with the caveat to our audience that this is gossip, it said basically that Nitish Kumar is likely to resign after this election as chief minister and get a very prominent cabinet position in the Narendra Modi cabinet, and they are likely to install a BJP chief minister in Bihar. This will actually be a sea change for Bihar completely.
See, as you said, it is only gossip. Gossip means say it has a little credence, but one cannot deny the fact that the BJP's politics of cannibalistic politics played out in Maharashtra, then Tamil Nadu. So Bihar also in the earlier assembly elections, see Nitish Kumar was reduced to be a junior partner by using that Chirag Paswan's party. So obviously, anything may happen in Bihar, particularly Nitish Kumar, due to his unpredictable nature, political moorings. So we cannot predict. It may happen or may not happen.
Okay, just taking a look at the numbers as we have them right now, 251 for the N.D.A, 159 for India. These are leads. To explain to our audience. I'm going to take a minute for those of you who are here to explain to you how this happens, right? After the voting is done, every single EVM is wrapped in cloth and wax sealed by the election officers. Then those EVMs are moved into one strong room for that constituency. That strong room is then locked up and sealed and is guarded day and night, and every party can then post one individual from their end to also sit in front of that room and make sure that nobody opens it. It is opened then on counting day. So even if you voted on the first phase, your boxes were locked up, they're opened this morning at 8 o'clock. Seals are broken. First, the paper ballots are counted, which are the postal ballots. And then at about now 9-ish o'clock, they'll start counting the EVMs. Every box is open, the seal is open, and the total number is pressed, and the total comes out. And that is tallied on a board. Again, every party is allowed, and that board is public. Every party is allowed to put one person to sit in the room to make sure that it's happening as usual. Randomly in each constituency, I think there are 5 or 6 boxes that are picked and tallied with the papers. Remember those little papers, the VVPATs that go into the box? They're not counted for everyone. They're counted only to make sure that everything's working fine. It's a sample size. So that is what we're going to expect to happen in another 2-3 minutes. And when the boxes start opening, then you'll get the leads on the EVMs. So Then you should remember, now let's assume a constituency for argument's sake has 5 lakh votes, right? Which means there are those many EVMs in that room. They will start counting them one by one. So it's possible the first 20 EVMs lead for one person because it's from one neighborhood. And then when they go to 21 onwards, it will start leading for the other neighborhood. Which is why we say leading and not winning, because winning only happens at about, say, 1 o'clock when all the boxes are counted and all the numbers are in. So that is effectively what everyone means by leads at this point. So these are the numbers that we're looking at. We'll have the team from Quint join us in just a minute. We understand that so far, Narendra Modi leading in Varanasi. That is not a surprise. Shobha Karanjale is leading in Bangalore. Aam Aadmi Party is leading in 4 seats, including South Delhi. Now, this is contrary to the exit polls. If the lead actually turns into a win, remember the exit polls had said that BJP was walking away with almost all of Delhi, almost 6 or 7 out of the total 7. But right now, as the numbers stand in terms of leads, NDA leading in 259 and India leading in 167. And we'll get you more breakups as we have them. But those are the numbers that we're currently looking at. Mr. Nagaraj, the state that I thought was really interesting in the exit polls was the state of Karnataka, also my home state, because when going into the elections, a Congress that has a government in Karnataka that has recently won, they have done a lot of populist measures, they've given a lot of guarantees. Mallikarjun Kharge is from Karnataka. Plus, there was a whole Prajwal Revana issue, but the exit polls gave Karnataka to the BJP. Do you see that as a positive? Did you find that surprising? And I'm curious to see how Karnataka plays out today.
So exit polls is not exact polls. Say still the initial trends also showed that say a lot of difference is there. So basically there is a lot of difference between the Congress party and the BJP, Bharatiya Janata Party. See, Congress party is heavily depending on homegrown leaders, unlike in the past. Unlike in the past, there were iconic figures, charismatic figures like Indira Gandhi, Jawaharlal Nehru. It is all gone. Now, Congress party is completely depending on local leaders like Revanth Reddy in Telangana, earlier in Y.S. Rajshekar Reddy in undivided Andhra Pradesh, and in Karnataka also, Siddaramaiah, Shivakumar. Karge is not a popular leader, no. See, we have to wait and see what will happen. See, it is early to jump to a conclusion that who will win and who will lose. See, only initial stages we are in. We'll have to wait what will happen.
We'll have to wait and see what happens, and as
Yeah.
more numbers start to come in. I just want to say hello to some of our viewers who have tuned in at this point. Akhil Khan is here, Sarthak Sehgal, Kirti, Payali, lots of people joining in, Rajwal. Just telling our moderators, do not delete any messages unless there is abusive language. I'm okay with all of the messages that are coming in. Sakshi, Mayuresh, hello, thank you for tuning in. Some people tuning in from overseas as well. We have Vijay who's joined in, who's one of our members. Thank you so much. Vishesh Iyer is joining in from New York. Mr. Nagaraj is joining in from Chicago. So lots of people there. We have Kayal, who is now joining from the UK, where it is 4:30 in the morning. So thank you for giving us your time. Soham, thanks for joining us. Akanksha, Siddharth Ray, lots of people joining in this morning. Give us a thumbs up. Manmohit Chawla joining in from Canada, and Ishwaran joining in from Assam. Rowan D'Souza is also here from New York. Rashi is here from Tokyo. So we have a lot of people joining in from across the world right now.
Good.
Yes.
Welcome, Bimal.
Welcome to all of them. Vishnu from Singapore, Akanksha from San Francisco. We had someone join who said Indianapolis, Himanshi, and Rupa from Bangalore, which is my hometown. So yay! Thank you for joining. There's someone from Vizag. Australia. This is awesome. I'm so excited. Okay, all right. So we're looking at the numbers actually coming in now. So we were looking at postal votes. After 9 o'clock in the morning, we actually see the real numbers coming in. I'm super excited. Election day always makes me very, very excited. Okay, let me take you through breakups of the numbers. We're understanding that Amit Shah is currently leading in his constituency, and that was expected. It's not a surprise. It's news, but it's not a surprise, right? BJP is leading in Thiruvananthapuram and Alappuzha in Kerala.
Oh,
That is a surprise because one was not expecting that the BJP will get any seats in Kerala. The Congress was sounding. I was Shashi Tharoor put out a statement saying that there is no way, it will take a miracle for the BJP to win any states in Kerala, but it's leading in two states right now, and the two seats right now. And other than Trivandrum and Alappuzha, the other seat that I will watch out for the BJP is Pattanamthitta, which is the Sabrimala constituency. This is where the Sabrimala temple is, in the Pattanamthitta constituency, and that again, because of the whole Sabrimala issue, it brought up a lot of fervor, and I'm assuming, and there was a lot of RSS activity on the ground during that case. So I'm assuming that that one is also going to be a very interesting one to focus on. Besides, Anil Antony is contesting Pattanamthitta. He is the son of A.K. Antony, who is a old Congress strongman who has now joined the BJP. So Anil Antony, will he win or will he not win? A couple of other leads. Kumaraswamy is leading in Mandya. And Yusuf Pathan is trailing, among others. Let me see if I can find any more interesting seats for you. Coimbatore. The DMK candidate is leading in Coimbatore. Annamalai is trailing as of now. It's still very early in the morning. I must point out to our audience, still very early in the morning. BJP's Annamalai, who is sort of like the Singam of the BJP in Tamil Nadu, is trailing in the seat that he is in. But total numbers right now, India is leading in 260. NDA is leading in 260, and the India bloc is leading in 179. This is interesting because 181 for the India bloc. None of the exit polls had given them past 150. Mr. Nagaraj.
see, as you said, it is quite interesting. See, BJP is making inroads in Kerala, which is the left's bastion. And see, what has happened, we have seen in Tripura and West Bengal. See, it was a paradise lost for comrades. See, comrades have lost the communist rule for more than 3 decades. So same thing happened in Kerala also. Sorry, in Tripura. So Kerala, see, this Christian population is very dominant, constituting around 23%, I think, if I am not wrong. And
Yes.
so BJP tried its best to consolidate Hindu votes, as you said, in Sabarimalai, by using that Sabarimalai temple issue and reaching out to Christians. So really, it is very interesting. See what will happen. We'll have to see in the next 2 years. See, assembly elections also are scheduled to take place in Kerala. So we should see. Generally, there is some kind of uncommon alliance between left parties, LDF and UDF. They are
Yes.
traditional. They are traditional rivals. See,
Yes.
battling for retaining their stronghold. Now, all of a sudden, some kind of alliance between the two parties means, see, it will send some confusing signals across the spectrum, across the Kerala voters. So there is some kind of unnatural alliance. That's what people may take. So definitely, see, whatever the votes BJP gained, whether lose or win, definitely it is, we can say, consider major breakthrough or getting into the left bastion. We should see.
Absolutely. Let me just take you, some more interesting numbers are coming in. Thrissur, Suresh Gopi, fielded by the BJP, apparently was promised a cabinet berth by the Prime Minister. So this is a tough seat for him to fight, and it's looking very interesting now. Former Bihar Chief Minister and Hindustan Awam Morcha secular Jitin Ram Manji is leading as well. Adid is leading in Bengal's Berhampur, and BJP is leading on all 7 seats in Delhi in initial trends. Okay, so that trend has reversed itself. Like I told you guys, very early in the morning, only a few boxes will be open now. So the swing can, the trends can swing either ways. Looking at a breakup now, BJP is leading in 223 seats. This is according to India Today. In the N.D.A. totally in 258. The Congress is leading in 88 seats, SP in 23, DMK 18, TMC 17. India bloc is leading in a total of 183 seats as per India Today. This is actually looking sort of interesting, but it's like I said, really early. So we're actually looking at the first 5 minutes of EVM trends, and it could swing either way in any of these things. Looking at some of the trails, we understand that Hema Malini of the BJP, who contests out of Mathura, is leading in her constituency. And just pulling out some more information there for you. We're going to wait for a state-wise breakup also to take a look at what the states are saying. But as of now, it looks like an interesting fight. So you were right, Mr. Nagaraju, from the morning, which you said that it's not a complete washover. It does seem at this point that it's not going to be entirely a washover, at least. Or, if it's a washover, actually, in the first 1 hour, we know which way it's going. But now, N.D.A. 259 and India bloc 185. So do you, of the states, and we talked about Karnataka and Kerala, but which of the other states are you going to find interesting this morning? What are you tracking?
So if that trend continues nationally and BJP figures continue to go up and BJP's figures coming down to, as Yogendra said, 230 or 220, to an extent that BJP will have to depend on its allies to form the government. Then Modi and Amit Shah will be in trouble, both internally and also externally. Internally, see, some kind of dissent voices will gain strength to resist Modi's rise within the party. Definitely that may happen. So we should see, really very interesting if Congress will grow to an extent that BJP will come down. See, the number may, if it comes down from 303 to 250 or 240, see, very interesting phenomena. There will not be any Modi wave as such. See, some dominated media has been projecting all these days. There is a Modi wave all the way. It may not be.
Right, and just reading out some of the leads coming in from Uttar Pradesh. Now, remember, for our audience, Uttar Pradesh is a really interesting state because it's bellwether. However, who wins Uttar Pradesh really wins the country because it sends 80 seats to Lok Sabha. It's the highest of all. Now, BJP is at 39 out of 80 in Uttar Pradesh. Congress is leading in 6, and SP is leading in 22. So this is interesting, Mr. Nagaraju.
See, what is happening is in Uttar Pradesh, BSP has lost its ground, particularly Mayawati's except that her community, Chamar community, see, BJP has made inroads into the other scheduled caste votes. So, but other than Chamar community, and recently Anand, Mayawati's nephew, was removed from the campaign trail because of his hawkish talk against BJP. So that has sent out a very wrong signal across the BSP ranks, say doubting the very credibility of Mayawati. So that made way for shifting major chunk of Dalit votes to other than BJP, the voters which are opposing BJP. So there was a shift from BSP to Congress or Samajwadi Party. So this trend will have to observe what will happen. As I said, you see, UP definitely it will decide. It will play a very decisive role for BJP to come back to the power at the center. See, basing on the number. See, already I think more than around 60 seats or more BJP has got in 2019 general election. It will have to trial a lot to improve its performance there, basing on the trends available right now. May be very difficult. See, already there is some jat issue is there. Farmers' resentment against farm laws. That Rajputs are not happy with some BJP leaders. Some talking. So there are a lot of issues are there at the ground level, and that one minister's car mowed down farmers during protest. No action against that minister.
Sorry. And so SP at 22, Congress at 6. So that's a lead of 28 for that block compared to BJP at 39. So again, it's not a complete, wipeout in Uttar Pradesh at least. I've got some leads for Karnataka. Karnataka, BJP leading in 22. Aditya Menon is here. Aditya Menon got stuck in traffic, but he's here now. Aditya Menon of the Quint, thanks for joining us. You gave me like a bit of a heart attack in the morning, but now you're here, so we can all relax. BJP is leading in 12. Congress is leading in 7. JDS in 3 in Karnataka. Good morning, Aditya Menon of the Quint, who joins us right now. We'll also have Rajan Mahan join us in about 10 minutes. But opening comments, Aditya? Not looking like the total washout that the exit polls had predicted, or do you believe that's too early to tell?
Yeah, sorry, I got caught up. Yeah, exactly. The exit polls, it doesn't seem to be going in that direction. Early leads are often from postal ballots. Postal ballots tend to swing one way or the other, little more aggressively. And mostly, BJP seems to do better in postal ballots rather than worse. We have only a few state elections where government employees were against BJP that go against BJP. So I think, yeah, the pattern seems to be going in a direction in that the exit polls probably overstated the BJP's lead in this election. And the India Alliance is not doing too badly. Even if one goes state-wise, Haryana, Rajasthan, even Delhi, there was a lead for India Alliance. So, not as one-sided.
Not as one-sided. So again, to remind our audience, and I have to keep saying this, right? Because a lot of times in the excitement of election coverage, we forget to point it out. These are leads, and as more and more boxes get counted, the leads could swing. So it's early, but it's not unlike an exit poll asking a bunch of people and then extrapolating that to the rest of the constituency. So that's effectively what we're doing. There's someone called Indian Nomad. I mean, you're here giving me gullies, but you're here, and that's a view on my YouTube page. So thanks for that. Let me take you through some more numbers and some more, data that we're getting in. BJP is leading in 4 Lok Sabha seats. Congress is ahead in 5, as per the initial trends in Telangana. 4 Lok Sabha leads for BJP in Telangana, I find very interesting. Mr. Nagaraj, you want to comment on that?
I think 4 may not be a big figure for BJP in Telangana. In 2019, it won 4 Lok Sabha seats with 20% vote share. See, as per the projections made by exit poll, BJP is expected to win at least 11-12 seats out of 17. So 4 means it may not be a big gain so far. So we have to see. Even if BJP wins 4 seats, it may be retaining its own old position. Nothing more than that.
SP's Sunita Verma is leading over BJP's Arun Goval in Meerut as well. So, Aditya, we were just talking about the leads coming in out of Uttar Pradesh. So, BJP leading in 39, Congress in 6, SP in 22. So, that seems close as well.
It's quite close. I think people didn't even anticipate Congress and SP to get 28 overall, and this is not even the full. These aren't even the full leads. None of the surveys gave in excess of 25 to the SP Congress alliance, and already it's 28. So quite surprising. I think something happened in Uttar Pradesh that I think the exit polls couldn't capture.
Yeah, and it does seem, there's some interesting things that are happening. So, for example, BJP's Anurag Thakur, Kangana Ranaut is leading. So, Kangana Ranaut might actually be a member of parliament. And for me as a journalist, this is interesting because normally when she says stuff, I would always tell my team, we don't have to carry it. She's just, an actor making statements. Now she's a member of parliament. If she becomes a member of parliament, then we will actually have to cover everything that she says, including getting the first prime minister's name wrong. But she's leading in Mandi, and Anurag Thakur is leading in his constituency as well. But I'm looking at leads coming in according to India Today. India bloc now leading in 194 seats within touching distance of 200. There was not a single exit poll that gave India bloc 200. Aditya?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the maximum they went for India bloc was about 180. I think there was no exit poll which crossed 200, and BJP and NDA was. I mean, there were no exit polls which put them below 300. So it would be interesting, of course, when they cross 300, if they manage to cross 300, that is. There's 70 leads are still more to come. BJP is at 262 right now. Of course, a lot of these leads are going to change as the day progresses. The only initial rounds of counting, I think, probably in the second round or first round in most seats. And they might go up till 16 or 20 rounds in many seats. So let's see.
Yeah, yeah. So, actually, Mr. Nagaraj, here's a question, right? Yesterday, Rahul Gandhi randomly speaking to the press, like he does a lot, right? When he's walking, he stops, he just says something, he keeps walking. He said, we will do 295 because this is a Sidhu Moosewala song. And this is a sort of kind of thing that, makes people not take Rahul Gandhi seriously. Because he didn't stand there and say, hey, you know what, we've done our own tabulation, we've arrived at this number, we're going to do 295. He said something random like, oh, you remember that song? It's 295. So nobody knows how seriously to take what he says also. But do you think that meeting that the India bloc leaders had actually meant something, where they said that these exit polls are not indicative of what we're finally going to do?
Yeah, see, no, actually, in the face of the hype created by pollsters, see, who are reluctant to look at the other side of the picture, generally they won't take Rajiv Gandhi seriously. They might have taken him with a pinch of salt. But see, ground reality may be different. And apart from that, really, this 2024 election is a struggle for existence, not only for Congress party, not only for the opposition, mainly the regional parties like Telugu Party, BRS, in your home state JDS, then Maharashtra Shiva then RJD and JDU in Bihar, Punjab Akali Dal. See, all these regional parties have been formed to defend the rights of states in a federal country. But what has happened in the last 10 years is Narendra Modi has played a road roughshod with the rights of the states, and also he bulldozed its own regional partners, regional players. But definitely, it is a really great relief for regional parties. I think in Telugu Party also, N.T. Ramarao formed that party to get his pound of flesh from the powers that be at the center at that time during the Congress period.
I had a question for Mr. Nagaraj. Sir, the early leads from Andhra Pradesh, as per India Today, at least say that the TDP is leading in 9 and the YSRCP in 3. Do you think it's too early to say that this is the direction of things to come, sir?
Really too early, Mr. Aditya. Really too early. We should wait. We should wait because still we are thoroughly confused by the kind of climate atmosphere created by exit polls. We'll have to wait and see because as per my basic understanding, it is subject to scrutiny. Jagan is very still strong in terms of his social engineering, in terms of his welfare politics, and also the alliance between Telugu Party and BJP. See, it doesn't have any basis at all. See, on what basis Naidu walked out of N.D.A in 2018 and on what basis he returned to BJP now? Is there any commitment from BJP side on special category status, central assistance for capital in Amaravati and Polavaram project? No, nothing. So people are watching. See, I think as Mr. Earlier I said, we'll have to wait and watch before making a comment.
So, okay, we're updating our numbers on the screen. According to India Today, India bloc is now leading in 212 seats. It has crossed 212. NDA is 269. There's a 50-ish seat difference between the two of them, which I must point out is the difference between Yogendra Yadav and Prashant. Because that was the difference between their predictions. It was like a 50-odd seat difference. That's where we're sitting right now. This is a surprise. I mean, it's a surprise. There's nothing else to say. That's the word. A couple of state numbers I want to take you through. In Uttar Pradesh, we told you already, the BJP leading in 39, Congress in 5, SP in 31. So that's 39 for the BJP and 36 for Congress SP. That's close. West Bengal, though, and here's interesting, Aditya. This is India Today I'm reading out of. 22 leads for the BJP, 2 for the Congress, 17 for the TMC. So it actually does seem the exit poll at this, told us that BJP will score better than the TMC in West Bengal. That seems to be true.
It's not in the same extent as probably the Access India exit poll suggested. I think they suggested the TMC will be below 15. But that's not happening here. In fact, in one of the other channels, I was seeing the TMC is ahead by a couple of seats. I think NDTV it was. So, but broadly, I think it's quite clear that West Bengal, BJP and TMC will be separated by not more than 4-5 seats. And this entire thing of BJP sweeping West Bengal and TMC being below 12 or something, that's probably not happening. Maharashtra, I was just seeing it's quite close again. 19 for the NDA and 16 for the India Alliance. So again, your state of residence is quite close again.
Yeah, you know me. I mean, these are the two states I'm most interested in. Karnataka, which is my home state, and my state of residence and work, which is Maharashtra. Stock market is down on these early trends. The Nifty is down about 2.15% this morning. So is the Sensex, that's down 2%. Remember, it rallied a great deal yesterday after those exit polls. So while everybody, and I spent a decade as a business journalist in this country, so while everybody likes to read things into what the stock market does, you must remember it's just investors making money. So exit polls came, they said let's buy, and they're all selling or they're all like shorting it. So they're making money. That's the stock market's reaction to this morning's first indicators is a tank. The Sensex has gone down 1,827 points. That's about 2.3%, and it appears to still be falling. And we'll go back to that in a bit. A couple of other numbers that I would like to take you through. And for a minute, taking a look at some of the other states. Okay, here's another surprise for both of you. Odisha, BJP is leading in 13 seats. Congress 0, Biju Janata Dal 0. Mr. Nagaraju, is this interesting?
Yeah, see, really, it is very interesting. Naveen Patnaik is really a giant, unquestioned leader in Bihar. See, in the last 25 years, he continues to be Chief Minister of Bihar. During his stint for such a long period, there is a lot of incumbency against Patnaik government, and Congress is out of picture, really. And the BJP has been consistently making inroads. And after it broke away from Naveen Patnaik's party BJD in 2009, so BJP is consistently making inroads. So this Odisha Asmita issue has come to the fore with the Pandian emerging as Patnaik's aide, Patnaik heir apparent. So BJP has been making that issue a poll issue.
I had a question for both of you actually. So at least as per India Today in Tamil Nadu, we have 33 leads for the India Alliance, 0 for the NDA, and 3 for the A.I.A.-DMK. So probably in the Delhi-centered media hype, did we ignore A.I.A.-DMK and focus too much on BJP's inroads in Tamil Nadu?
Yes, Mr. Nagarashu, that's interesting because every time I asked somebody about AIDMK, it was all about, but they split and Paneerselvam is not getting the kind of attention, and there's OPS. So it normally, it seemed like even if it was an ally to the BJP, it wouldn't actually amount to much. What do you think of the AIDMK?
Sorry, will you repeat that question? Not audible.
Aditya, would you repeat the question, please? I'll just check my own.
So the leads in Tamil Nadu are presently 33 for the India Alliance, that is the DMK and Congress and others, 0 for the NDA, and 3 for the AIADMK. So in the Delhi created media hype, did we ignore AIADMK and focus too much on the NDA's outreach in Tamil Nadu?
See, in Tamil Nadu, basically not only in Delhi, all over the country, Modi's magic on media has been vigorously working. So that is out of sync with ground realities. Ground realities are different, and the Modi's media is working. That is, there is no match. See, as far as Tamil Nadu is concerned, particularly it is a Dravidian political bastion, and Stalin is still very strong, and BJP snapping its ties with AIDMK, it has become weak. In fact, it is not strong. So actually, it will become mainly two bipolar politics between AIDMK and DMK. Still, the anomaly is there, but still he is set to make any impact in Tamil politics.
We have Saptashri Basak, who's the op-ed editor at Quint, joining us as well. Just reading out some more numbers, Saptashri, before I get to you. Mehbooba Mufti trailing in Anantnag Rajouri Lok Sabha seat. Uttar Pradesh early trends. And okay. Uttar Pradesh early trends. I.N.D.A leading in 37 and India bloc leading in 39. So actually, there's like a googly at the end of every message my team is sending me. I'm actually going to ask them to stop and check again because this is more of a surprise than anyone was expecting. Like this number, I'm assuming will surprise the India bloc also. Saptashi, did you travel during the elections? What did you pick up? What areas of the numbers are you watching closely?
So I mostly travel to Manipur and rest of a little bit of the Northeast, but because I also do op-eds for the Quint, I'm in touch with a lot of contributors from each state. And I think, so I just came back from the Election Commission's website, which is, I guess, more trustable than some of the news channels. And over there, it appears that BJP is leading in around 20, like because they are a little behind, but the Samajwadi Party in 26 and the Congress in 6. So it's actually India 32 and I.N.D.A 20 or 21 if you take in like RLD. And that really goes against what the exit polls were saying, because again, assuming that we trust Axis My India the most, I distinctly remember Pradeep Gupta saying on TV, he was asked, which exit poll are you most confident about and which one are you least confident about? And for most confident, he said UP. He said, I'm most confident about UP, and Axis gave UP somewhere between, somewhere around 67. So things really seem to be going the other way. He said he was least confident about Bengal, but Bengal trends are still pretty unclear. Some are showing BJP 20, TMC 16, some are showing 22, 18, things like that. I also texted a lot of contributors and reporters in UP right now. They are saying, okay, let's wait because gains will consolidate. The leads, consolidated leads will only appear by around 12. But they also do think that India numbers should cross 30. Which is really against everything we heard in the exit polls. And other key states that I am really looking out for, one is of course Karnataka, thanks to the I.N.D.I.A news network that those two folks who went viral yesterday, throwing an open challenge to all the mainstream media exit polls. And they are absolutely confident that I.N.D.A cannot get more than 20 or 18 in the Karnataka Lok Sabha seat. So I am really looking forward to see the Karnataka results. I just found out that Prajwal Ravanna is trailing in Hassan, which is another shock given that Hassan is a JDS stronghold.
No, if we're going, and Mr. Mahan is here, if we're going by shocks, Prajwal Ravanna is not the shock for me. I'm looking at the Times of India website. If you scroll past the graphic, you have star candidates. In-star candidates on the Times of India website, Narendra Modi candidate Varanasi is trailing
by 6,000, from what I found out just now, by 6,000 votes. But yeah,
very
it
early.
really
It's early, but I would have not
it's quite
expected him
early
to trail, with anyone. I mean,
with
who?
anyone. And
What?
the thing with early is that because postal ballots were counted first, and postal ballots usually go towards the government because they are government employees who are voting. And I think postal ballots the postal ballots were finished by around 8:45, so we've only had around 40 minutes of EVMs. And if Narendra Modi is still trailing, then it is quite shocking. But still, I'm not counting on anything. Also, there is a lot of disparity between a
Counting
lot
on
of
him.
news channels. But there is a lot of disparity between a lot of news channels as well, because I'm checking News 24, which is the Chanakya exit poll on the side as well. Because Chanakya is another exit poll I think a lot of us often go to. And Chanakya also gave NDA 400. But even 20 minutes ago, they were giving India 265. They have just reduced it to India 255. So that is another trend which is quite like completely reversed to what we saw 3 days ago.
Yeah, so actually, you know what? We have to really hold our horses. And I'm telling the audience also here, let's take a breath because these numbers are unlike anything anybody has expected. They're really surprising. And so, let's actually pace ourselves down a little bit and go slower because that is always the wiser thing to do when covering elections, and not basically read into any of this. So, Mr. Rajan Mahan is here. Mr. Rajan Mahan is a very senior journalist, tracked most of North India for a very long time, specializes specifically in Rajasthan. Mr. Mahan, good morning to you. What a
Good
surprising
morning.
lead we're looking at right now.
Good morning, Faye. Yes, indeed. Extremely surprising results if you remember the exit polls that just came in a few days ago. But if you remember what, most balanced, impartial journalists and impartial observers had been telling us over the past 2 months, then these results are not particularly surprising. In fact, they're in tune with what a lot of our friends from within the journalistic fraternity and activists and political observers had been telling us that the ground reality is slipping away from the BJP and slipping away quite substantially. And if the trends that we are now seeing will actually hold on. I mean, of course, there is this whole caution that we must use that this is a very early phase of the counting. These are just initial trends. But if the initial trends are reflecting something, they are
Yeah.
reflecting that the political, landscape in the country is undergoing a major, major change. And let me share with you some details of my own state as we talk. Out of the 25 seats in Rajasthan, which the BJP was hoping to score a clean sweep once again, and that would have been a hat trick because in the last two elections, the BJP had won all the 25 seats. Let me tell you that right now, as we talk, out of the 25 seats in Rajasthan, the Congress is making a comeback and leading in 10 to 11 seats. They keep going up and down, but roughly around 10 to 11 seats, which is a major comeback because in the last two elections, the Congress scored a big duck. And now, if they're going into double figures at a time when the BJP is ruling the state, then it reflects a fairly major change. And also, we will be in for very, very interesting times, specifically in Rajasthan, if these trends hold out, I guess, all across. And Faye, I don't know what your current numbers are telling you about UP, but the last
Mm.
time I checked, they were showing leads for 65 seats. And it was the BJP at 35, but India Alliance getting 30 seats. If that happens, I don't think there'll be any way that a political earthquake can be stopped in this country. Fair?
So, okay, so let me take you, see, this is the Times of India website, right? Because now we're just going to scroll down on this website even further, please. And as we scroll down further, there you have it, star candidates. That's what we're looking at. TOI, Amit Shah leading, Narendra Modi in Varanasi trailing. That for me is the big surprise. Rahul Gandhi, Akhilesh Yadav, Shashi Tharoor trailing. Again, remember Shashi Tharoor is contesting against Rajiv Chandrasekhar, who's really from Bangalore. Although he is Malayali, he's from Bangalore. He's not very connected to the land. It was, everybody was surprised. He felt like a bit of a sacrificial lamb. Looks like not so much. Tharoor seems to be trailing. Smriti Irani is trailing in Amethi. Here, the really confident, Smriti Irani, when she came into this election, she seems to be trailing in Amethi. If we flip further on this and go for, there is Nitin Gadkari who is leading. Raj Babbar is trailing in Haryana. He's from the Congress. Dimple Yadav is leading. Manoj Tiwari is leading. Rahul Gandhi is leading in Raebareli as well. Hema Malini is leading also. Mehbooba Mufti, like I told you, is trailing in her constituency. For Sambit Patra, we don't have a verdict as of now. Kanhaiya Kumar is trailing in Delhi, in northeast Delhi. Rajnath Singh is leading. Digvijay Singh is trailing. Yusuf Pathan, like I told you earlier, is trailing as well. Ravi Kishan is leading. Arun Govind is trailing. Some surprises here. See, Annie Raja is trailing in Wayanad against Rahul Gandhi. She's a very strong contender of being put up against Rahul Gandhi. This is another surprise here. Annamalai actually it's not a surprise, it's noteworthy. Annamalai of the BJP in Coimbatore is trailing. And he was sort of the Singham candidate for the BJP in Tamil Nadu. Anurag Thakur is leading. Owaisi is leading. Jiten Prasad of the BJP is, and I was going to say Congress, he just recently switched sides. He is trailing as well. Kangana Ranaut is leading. Let's go back to the main numbers right now. I'll put the main numbers back on our screen. So for me, like I said, the big surprise here is that it shows that Narendra Modi is trailing in his seat in Varanasi against the Congress candidate. Looking at the numbers coming in on the India Today website, it's giving the India bloc 223. Again, which no exit poll had given the India bloc at all. And I'm taking this back for a second to Mr. Nagaraju. But again, at the same time, the N.D.A. is being given 286. So inching towards 300 there.
See, as per the latest trends available, Congress, N.D.A. is putting up very close fight with BJP. If this is the case, so it is very difficult for Narendra Modi to make up his losses, who is likely to suffer in battleground states and the swing states like Bihar, Maharashtra. See, there was some hope created by exit pollsters that BJP will improve its tally in Andhra Pradesh with the help of the Telugu Desam Party and even in Telangana. See, it is unlikely to realize given the latest trend. See, what is happening is voters are responding in a way that how they are feeling the heat of Narendra Modi's rule in the last 10 years. See, in 2014, he hit the election campaigning saying, promising Achedin. Good days will come. If I will be elected, I will ensure good days. Then clean governance. See, with the help of the anti-corruption campaign headed by Anna Hazare. So in 2019, see, again he came to the electorate with the promise of security. See, airstrikes and Balapu the airstrikes. 2014 again, he has been playing emotive issues, ignoring the basic problems faced by people across the country. See, really, you will be surprised. Recently, Railway Board has given notification for 35,000 jobs. You know, what is the number of people applied for that? 1 crore 25 lakh people have applied for 35,000 jobs. So that is the gravity of the picture relating to unemployment in the country. So in Punjab, you know what is happening. So after the scrapping of 370 article, Pakistan has banned the trade, closed the road route, transport route at Wagah border. So ultimately, 5,000 crore worth trade has been affected. So letting Punjab farmers feeling the heat. In Amritsar area, say tomato, even sapota, and other vegetables also, the market is there in Pakistan. So all that, there were no takers for farm produce, and the transporters and Hamali workers, everyone was hit. So
Yeah.
unfortunately, these basic issues failed to come up in the election campaigning. Now voters have responded, reflecting the these issues, basic issues.
So, just walking you through the numbers right now, if I look at the Election Commission website for Uttar Pradesh, it's giving the BJP 32, SP 31, and the Congress 6. So, effectively, SP Congress together are currently at 37. So, they're 5 seats ahead of the BJP in Uttar Pradesh, and that's that's a surprise. Going back there, that's the Election Commission website. So, reminding our audience, Election Commission website tends to be slower and thereby more reliable also to some extent. So we're going to keep going back to the Election Commission website. And that is what it's looking like for Uttar Pradesh right now. So just taking a minute for Uttar Pradesh because it's so important. Mr. Mahan, this is, I mean, is this a combination in your mind of, like Mr. Nagaraju was saying, farmer issues, local issues, job issues, all of these things sort of playing over the Modi wave that we were talking about up till now?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is a reflection that the bread and butter issues are returning to Indian politics as the central sort of focus, rather than the emotive issues of Ram Mandir or the scrapping of Article 370, etc., etc. So clearly, the polarizing game, which has helped the BJP over the past decade very, very substantially, is no longer cutting ice with a large section of India's voters. And the fact that the BJP is going down in UP, that's where they won the elections so handsomely in the last two Lok Sabha polls. If they're going down there, there is every possibility that this is now leading us towards a massive, massive earthquake in Indian politics. We could well see a major transformation. And the fact that in Rajasthan, for instance, Faye, you were talking about some of the leading lights who are trailing. Let me tell you that the Lok Sabha Speaker, Om Birla, who's contesting from Kota in Rajasthan and looking to score a hat trick, is actually trailing as we talk by a few thousand votes. And even Union Minister Gajendra Singh Shekhawat in Jodhpur is leading, but very, very narrowly. So let's see how the results ultimately will pan out. But to be honest, in the first nearly 2 hours now of counting, it does look like that the BJP is in trouble. Faye?
But okay, so let me ask you this. I'm looking at the leads coming out. Mr. Mahan, this is a question for you, and then I'll take it to the rest of the panel as well. So, according to India Today, NDA, which is BJP plus allies, and we'll go back to those numbers, is leading in 285 seats. And the India bloc is 222. It's close, but technically this would mean if these, and assuming our audience, all of this means if these leads continue. If these leads continue, India has already crossed the halfway mark, Mr. Mahan. So why is this an earthquake?
Well, it's an earthquake because the BJP has been winning and winning very handsomely in the last two elections. Secondly, they've been talking endlessly about 400 par over the past 3-4 months. Thirdly, the fact that people thought that Narendra Modi was now such a larger than life figure that no other party had a chance. That larger than life sort of presence of the prime minister is likely to be diminished quite substantially, even if these results hold out. And of course, if the Varanasi lead, ends up becoming a result, then we are looking at a massive transformation in Indian politics. Even if the BJP ultimately cobbles together some kind of lead and is able to form some kind of a NDA government, this does imply that all other forces are beginning to become strong and relevant once again in Indian politics. That that Indian politics is no longer going to be just a one-person driven sort of narrative. It is going to get back to normal issues. And do remember that, beyond the bread and butter issues, for instance, that the gentleman earlier was talking about, there are other issues. For instance, the Agnipath and the Agniveer scheme, which which in large parts of Rajasthan's, Shekhawati belt in particular, and in many other states like Haryana, even parts of Uttar Pradesh, which send substantial numbers of youngsters to the Indian Armed Forces. If those, it is those kinds of issues that actually connect with the everyday lives of people that seem to be becoming a little more, in fact, far more important than what they were as compared to the polarizing and emotive issues of Ram Mandir and everything else, and the whole demonizing of minorities and Muslims, even Christians at times. So I think we're getting back, even if the BJP ends up forming the government, we are going to then get back to normalcy in Indian politics. We are going to see a much stronger opposition in the parliament. And also nationally, the fact that the Congress at the moment is now on its own getting 100 plus seats, I mean, if the leads hold on, then that's a major a major transformation, to be honest.
Okay, just pointing out also, Aditya, we've got your graphic on the screen. This is from the Quint website. To our audience, the Nifty is down. The Nifty 50 is down 0.79. It's coming back up, which means people are seeing a bottom and starting to buy again. But Aditya, just taking you through your numbers. So we're now looking at the map now for the first time, if you can see it. Any patches there that are surprising to you?
I in fact wanted to bring Mr. Mahan's attention to Badmer. It's not difficult to miss on the map because it's the huge constituency on the west. Others are leading in Badmer, sir. So Ravindra Bhati probably is making his presence felt. I also had a question for you, sir. In Rajasthan, did the BJP make a mistake by sidelining Vasundhara Raje, not accommodating her in any way like they accommodated Shivraj Chauhan?
Well, it does look like that, Aditya, because in Rajasthan, do remember that till the last assembly elections, the BJP played a very clever game. They kept Vasundhara very much in the forefront at every Narendra Modi rally or any other major event that the BJP was organizing. Vasundhara Raje, despite the fact that everyone in the political circles was aware, was not the favorite of the BJP's top brass, yet she was displayed prominently. She was allowed to have a large presence. In this election, however, the BJP didn't consult her on ticket distribution. The BJP is hardly bothered to bring her anywhere in any of the major sort of events that they were organizing, whether it was the Prime Minister's rally or the Home Minister's rally or the BJP President's rally or any other major events that the party was holding. In fact, Vasundhara Raje herself also, the cat and mouse game that they were playing all through 2023 to ensure that those who supported Vasundhara Raje would end up supporting the BJP because there was no clear verdict on Vasundhara Raje and whether she would lead the state and the BJP in the state. This time around, the BJP has had no such comms. They've marginalized her, sidelined her, virtually tried to dump her into political irrelevance. And Vasundhara herself also, this time around, has taken an extreme step. She just did not move out of Jhalawad, her home constituency from where her own son Dushyant Singh was contesting. So she confined herself just there, didn't go out to campaign. And I think if these results pan out in Rajasthan, that the Congress does get into double figures, there will be serious questions. And in fact, Aditya, to come back, if you recall, there were some close some major loyalists and supporters of Vasundhara Raje who actually moved over to the Congress. The Churu candidate, Rahul Kaswa, was the first to move out of the BJP when they dumped him and didn't give him the ticket and hand it over to, the Paralympian Devendra Jhajaria, who's now, trailing quite badly. Also in Kota, where Om Birla is contesting, that's where Prahlad Gunjal, who's a strong Gujjar leader of, the Hadoti belt, he switched over and he's considered a very, very key loyalist of Vasundhara Raje. So some of her loyalists moved away from the BJP and are now contesting and leading as Congress candidates in Rajasthan. And Vasundhara herself confined herself just to Jhalawar. And I think if these results ultimately hold on and the Congress is able to get 10 plus seats in Rajasthan, the BJP will have to uh, admit that the Vasundhara factor, the fact that they tried to completely sideline her and sideline her so publicly, which was almost like a public humiliation for a two-time chief minister, is now coming back to bite the Saffron Brigade in Rajasthan.
Well,
Faye?
let's I take it, I choose to take it as a compliment. Ashish Sherry says इस चैनल को देख के लगता है कि इंसान बात कर रहे हैं, बाकी चैनल्स में नहीं लग रहा है. That's what happens if you watch television.
यहाँ पर इंसान बात कर रहे हैं, वहाँ इंसान बात कर रहे होते हैं.
No, but you know, like I keep pointing out to the audience, we should take a minute, not get too excited because these are still leads. But Aditya, if you would be kind enough to walk the audience through what stage of counting we are at technically, and how much of a technicality, but roughly at about 10 a.m. in the morning, how many rounds do you think would have been completed by now? And how much more this could change? So, so just temper our emotions as to what we're seeing at this point. Aditya.
So, I mean, counting has been going on for about 1 hour and 50 minutes. In most seats, we are in the first round in many seats. In some seats, second or third round. But I have not seen any seat where we have crossed more than the third or the fourth round so far, at least as per the Election Commission website. Most seats will probably see close to 16 rounds. Bigger seats might see a little more. Smaller seats could get over in about 9 or 10 rounds. So these are initial numbers, but the third round is also a reasonably stable number, at least in some seats where candidates have taken a lead of over 25,000, 30,000, 40,000 in some cases. Those leads are unlikely to change. Constituencies where the leads are about less than 2,000, I think they'll keep switching through the day. So I think that's where we are roughly at as far as the seats are the counting is concerned. I had a question, in fact, for the entire panel. We are.
No, one second, Aditya, before you ask your question, I just want to read the numbers on the top of the screen. This is Maharashtra, and only in Maharashtra do we have to write these many numbers because there are so many parties. BJP 15, Shiv Sena, this is Shinde Shiv Sena is at 8. Ajit Pawar, NCP 0. Congress is at 6. Uddhav Thackeray Shiv Sena is at 9. And Sharad Pawar, NCP is at 3. Go ahead, Aditya.
Yeah, so, I mean, I'll first, in fact, ask the Maharashtra question. So, clearly, at least as per these numbers, the Uddhav Sena and the Pawar NCP are turning out to be the real thing and not the parties which eventually got the symbol.
Yes, who's the question for?
Anyone. I mean, you are the Maharashtra resident, so in fact, it could be.
So, actually, okay, so the number has just been updated as well. And see now, it says basically Shiv Sena is 10 for Shinde, 7 for Thackeray, NCP is 6 for Ajit and 6 for Sharad. So actually split down the middle. But I maintain that in Maharashtra, the party symbols caused a lot of confusion. So they will, it's actually for Shinde and for Ajit Pawar. And Ajit Pawar tends to be a very popular leader himself in Baramati and in the constituencies that he contests. But there was a lot of confusion about who, and for some people in Maharashtra, especially the elderly people, their party symbol is almost muscle memory, that they go back and just hit that symbol every time without realizing it doesn't belong. So there was a lot of confusion. But having said that, it does seem like the power in these parties have been split down the middle. I was not a Pawar joke, but we like to make those in Maharashtra. The Pawar has been split down the middle and the power has been split down the middle because they've got 6 and 6 on either side. Mr. Mahan, Maharashtra, interesting to you?
Oh, very interesting. Who's not going to be interested in Maharashtra? Because we've seen such turmoil in the last 2 years in that state, and so much of ugly politics that, I mean, the way the Shiv Sena and NCP were split up, the way, I mean, it's been a completely vulgar sort of power play at that we've seen. So now, if we find that A, the Congress is doing reasonably well, and B, the Uddhav Shiv Sena is doing far better than the Shinde Sena, then it does tell you a huge story. And of course, this is the heart of, I mean, what do you call it? The corporate capital of India, or, so Maharashtra, I mean, Bombay. So despite all the turmoil that the Congress saw, and they had leading lights like Ashok Chavan and many others who deserted the Congress. And yet, if the party is doing well, if the alliance that they have had in Maharashtra is holding, not just holding on, but doing quite well, this is one of the states which is a key state, because if the India alliance is able to do well here in Bihar and a number of other states, then that is why we are seeing the national picture that we are actually seeing, the BJP going down. But to be honest, Faye, a lot depends on Uttar Pradesh. Keep your eye very, very closely on that state and what's going on there.
Well, according to the Election Commission, Uttar Pradesh, BJP is leading in 38, SP is leading in 28, and the Congress is leading in 7 seats. On the total
So
numbers,
38
and
to 35.
yes.
So
Let me
38 to
also,
35 in UP.
yeah, but it's still close though, and it's swinging. So we don't really know which way. But it's a lot closer than we had expected from the exit polls, at least, or from the 62 that the BJP, 62 to less than 20 that it was in the last election. Just pointing out the leads that I was reading out earlier for candidates. Narendra Modi now leading in Varanasi. Shashi Tharoor is now leading in Thiruvananthapuram, although Smriti Irani is still trailing in Amethi. That is a bit of a surprise there. Saptashri?
So I was in touch with a few people from Amethi, and they are not very surprised about this, because according to them, there are 2 reasons. One, Smriti Irani really is not a very visible figure in Amethi, according to them. They say that she only shows up sometimes to campaign, and she only doesn't. She only comes up for some photo shoots, but otherwise, while and the other thing that they say is that she is not very nice to the RSS cadre over there. This is what two or three contributor friends of mine have told me in unison. That she is not very polite, and not very. She does not treat them as like local strong karyakartas, and that is perhaps one reason that there is growing resentment. And the other thing, I think, is the Congress candidate. All of us were sort of marveling about why KL Sharma was chosen. But my contacts do point out that he has a very, very, very strong local base over there. He has been, he is a true insider, like apna ladka jise kehte hain. He is truly like an apna person over there, which is what a couple of people who have traveled there, a couple of people who live there, that's what they tell me. And the other thing that I wanted to say about like what Mahan sir said about a political earthquake, I was just checking that the vote share for last time, to me, like the seats of course matter, but I think what I look at more is vote share. And last time, given that the NDA had around 37%, and then the UPA plus Samajwadi Party plus TMC, etc., added up to around 30%, there was like big 7% gap. If that gap comes down to maybe 2% or 1.5%, then I would like to believe that a significant chunk of voters decided to vote against hate. I mean, it's not just unemployment and inflation. I would like to believe that a significant chunk of voters thought and said, "Ki enough of this Hindu-Muslim business." And perhaps the trigger was the Prime Minister's Mangal Sutra remark. Perhaps the trigger was the Prime Minister's Mujra remark, or the Prime Minister's remark about Ghusbetiya. But something in them woke up and said, this is not going to work for my politics anymore. It was okay until it was Viksit Bharat. It was okay until it was Ladli Behna. It was okay for all the ration, but this is where I draw the line. So I think that to insinuate that, we will sort of need to really look at the vote share closely. So that is really what I'm looking forward to more than the seats, because the seats for NDA are thoda bahut a foretold conclusion. We just have to see the extent of it. But the vote share is what matters to me. Yeah.
I'm just going to share on the screen the Election Commission's leads for Odisha. and it shows out of a total of 21 seats, BJP is leading in 15, and the Biju Janata Dal, the BJD, is leading in 2. So Naveen Patnaik being routed from his own state, it would appear. Mr. Nagaraju? Aditya, Odisha numbers surprising?
Yeah, and in fact, Odisha also we are having assembly elections in Odisha, and even in assembly elections, it seems that the BJD is taking a beating. The BJP is leading in 29, the Biju Janata Dal in 14, the Congress in 5, and the left in 1. So again, the BJP currently ahead in about twice the number of seats as the Biju Janata Dal. So if, of course, these leads continues, really will be an end of an era. I think Mr. Patnaik was on the cusp of becoming India's longest serving chief minister. He just had 3 months more left before he could break that record. But if the numbers consolidate, I think his 24 years of rule might just be coming to an end. So it's a really huge development. Of course, early leads, most of the seats aren't even sending the initial lead so far. But yeah, at least in the Lok Sabha level, of course, a majority of seats have reported, and the BJP is doing extremely well in Odisha. I think this is the one state the BJP was looking to make major gains in, and they seem to be accomplishing that.
Mr. Nagaraju, Odisha now surprising?
See, I think it's a little surprise. Naveen Patnaik is 77-year-old leader, and see,
There were questions about his health also.
no, yes, his health, and he is not able to hold his mic properly, and he is not able to climb the dais without anyone's help, and he got alienated from the party's rank and file, completely depending on V.K. Pandian, an officer from Tamil Nadu, IAS officer from Tamil Nadu, so stoking the self-pride, see, Odisha Smith. So obviously, Odia people are craving for a change, for young blood in Odia politics. That may be the trend. See, we can see, and also see, given this close fight between the N.D.A and the N.D.A, India, see, gap is hardly between 50 to 60 seats. See, this reminds me of Revanth Reddy's statement saying that if Congress party will get 90 to 100, we will form the government. So where does he get that strength from? See, he got strength from the undependability of the alliance partners. They may be with N.D.A today, may shift to India tomorrow, Congress party tomorrow, because now there is only coercion politics, not coalition politics. Coercion. See, partners are getting coerced into N.D.A. See what we have seen in Ajit Pawar's case in Maharashtra. Earlier, see, there were a lot of corruption allegations against him. After he joined hands with Narendra Modi, splitting from Pawar's NCP, so all his corruption charges were absolved. See, he became clean. So also in our home state, see, this CM Ramesh and Srijana Chaudhary, he was a former minister. A lot of IT cases were there against him. ED raids were there. See, after they joined BJP, so they became clean. So this kind of politics, see, people are getting thoroughly vexed with. And see, my prediction, what I am daring to predict is, if BJP's number will fall or around 220 to 30, very difficult to come back to power headed by Narendra Modi. Definitely all these N.D.A partners will come to Congress party. So that may happen.
Okay, it might be slightly premature to be having that conversation right now, but it's an interesting conversation to have, Mr. Mahaslavi. I want to be careful. I prefer to be very careful with this. The other state I want to share is Kerala, and I'm sharing now Election Commission website, right? Because that's the solid one that we can trust. This is what Kerala is looking like. It's a sweep for the Congress party in Kerala. All that blue that you can see. One for the BJP, and this is the Thrissur seat. The leading Suresh Gopi is leading in Thrissur. The left has a couple of seats altogether, but really the Congress sort of taking Kerala. Interesting results. Saptashri, I know you have to leave. Do you want to comment on Kerala before you go?
Yeah, just I think this is what all of us had expected. All of us who have been tracking Kerala, or all of us who have been talking to people who are based in Kerala. What was not expected was the exit poll, of course, where Axis said that they
Yeah.
will get between 2 and 3, but then they also said that Rajiv Chandrasekhar may not be winning. So then it was pretty intriguing. If I mean, Suresh Gopi is the one who is most expected to win from Thrissur, but if Rajiv is not winning in Thiruvananthapuram, then which two other seats is Axis even talking about? So we had no clue about that. And the other interesting thing was the vote share. Kerala, the Axis gives Kerala a vote share of 27%. Last time it was 13%. So a 14% jump will be huge, and with the potential to really alter Kerala politics, especially when the elections come up in the next 2 years. And yeah, I think this is close to what we were expecting. Hopefully, this is what it stays like. But yeah, I also have to just quickly go and update a few numbers. But thank you for having me. I hope to see you again
Thank you so much
in
for
the
joining.
evening.
Yes, yes. I
Sure.
hope to see you again. Just taking the audience through our star candidates. Some of those leads are changing. Amit Shah still leading. Narendra Modi now leading in Varanasi. Rahul Gandhi leading in Wayanad and in Raebareli. Akhilesh Yadav leading. Shashi Tharoor is now leading in Thiruvananthapuram. He was trailing a while back, but that has been reversed. Smriti Irani continues to trail in Amethi. Nitin Gadkari, Raj Bhavar leading. Dimple Yadav is trailing. Manoj Tiwari is leading. Hema Malini is leading. Kanaya Kumar continues to trail in northeast Delhi. Mehbooba Mufti continues to trail. Digvijay Singh, Yusuf Pathan are trailing. Anil Anthony Pattinam Tita, which is what we spoke about a little while ago, he is trailing as well, which I found is interesting. Also, Annamalai in Coimbatore is trailing. Annie Raja would be trailing, obviously, because Rahul Gandhi is leading in that constituency. Leading Aswaddin Owaisi in Hyderabad. And I also read one flash that came in. I'm just looking for a confirmation on Prajwal Revana in Hassan now leading in his constituency. Karan Bhushan Singh, who is the son of Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh, is leading in his constituency. Khani Mori is leading in her constituency as well. Manohar Lal is trailing in Haryana. Manohar Lal Khattar is trailing in Haryana. Omar Abdullah is trailing in Baramulla. Mr. Man, is that surprising? And Abdullah trailing in Kashmir?
Oh, absolutely. That will be quite a big shock in Kashmir politics if Omar was to lose. But I'm sure these are initial trends in the rest of the country. In Kashmir, things may be a little slower in counting, so we may well be seeing, a very slow process. But if it holds on, then yes, it's a very, very major development in Kashmir politics. But Faye, I wanted to draw your attention towards one fact or towards one factor which most of us have been kind of
Yes.
underestimating. Now, you see, what's happening over the past 10 years is that the entire focus of the BJP and the national media, et cetera, has been around one towering personality that the Prime Minister of India has been over the past 10 years. What is missed out in the victory that they scored in 2019 is the fact that there was one emotive background that happened because of Pulwama and Balakot. What that has then led to is all of us missing out on the possible anti-incumbency against specific candidates in their specific seats. I mean, uh, a lot of BJP Lok Sabha MPs don't really have too many accomplishments or too many achievements to showcase to their voters. And I think once people have already voted twice just for Narendra Modi, one of the factors that may well be now, pulling the BJP down is the fact that a lot of their candidates who they repeated, they have dropped quite a few, but the fact that many who won in the last two elections and are now trailing and trailing quite substantially by now, does reflect that, in specific seats and specific areas, there was local anti-incumbency against the sitting MPs, and that is going to come and bite them. For instance, to give you two specific examples, if Om Birla actually ends up losing, not only is it a major development nationally that the Lok Sabha speaker loses, but within the state, what it tells us is that the connect with the local voters was getting reduced. Similarly, the Congress candidate in Tonk Sawai Madhopur seat is leading, and Sukhbir Singh Jaunpuria, who was the sitting MP for the last two times, is trailing. So I think this factor is something that most people have not really looked at as closely. But if the BJP actually suffers a strong setback, as the leads and the current situation, the current situation is indicating, whether they ultimately form the government or they actually go out of the government is still, of course, unclear. But if their numbers drop substantially by 60, 70 seats, then it will tell us, and they're already, by the leads, they are losing nearly 50, 55 seats at the moment. So they will have to look back and see how in many areas their MPs really couldn't achieve anything very substantial in the last 10 years. Faye?
Absolutely. Mr. Sharad Pradhan joins us right now, who's going to tell us what's going on in Uttar Pradesh, because, quite frankly, none of us can figure it out. So, Mr. Pradhan, I'm assuming only you know. But before I come to you, and I'm going to ask my team to prepare Karnataka next,
Yeah.
just reading out a couple of more leads. Sunetra Pawar, who is Ajit Pawar's wife, is leading in Baramati. Supriya Sule is trailing. This is a blow for the Sharad Pawar bloc, because they are
That's
used
right.
to Priya Sule in Parliament. This is a big one. Tamil Selvi Soundararajan,
Absolutely.
Chennai South is trailing for the BJP. Tejasvi Surya is leading for the BJP in Bangalore. And I'll come back to more star candidates in a minute. Prajwal Revana is leading in his seat. In fact, all the three seats that were given to the GDU, they are leading in all three seats. But first, Mr. Pradhan is going to tell us what is happening in Uttar Pradesh.
Well, certainly the most important thing that one is what is visible right now is that the exit polls have been absolutely misleading, and that is important for, I think, important for your viewers also, because they must know that exit polls, as we had all suspected,
Hmm.
are not to be taken without a huge pinch of salt.
No,
And
but
the
one second.
trends
So,
at the moment.
this is a genuine question. Sorry to interrupt you. It's a genuine question. When you say exit polls were misleading, did people come out of the booth and not tell the truth about who they voted for? Is that what might have happened here?
Well, sometimes it might happen. Yes, they do not come out with, and it's the type of questions that you are asking also matters, and the questions are usually framed in a manner to suit a certain. I'm not saying about all the pollsters, but yes, pollsters who are carrying out a sponsored job, a job under the direction of someone, I am not ready to accept that there is so much honesty and integrity in the manner in which the whole thing is carried out, because it's all about, there's tons of money floating in the name of exit polls, not only for the channels, for the agencies, but also you can see how the market works, goes up and down with the exit
Yeah.
polls. And
Yeah.
at the
Yeah.
moment, the market is going down when the reality is coming out. So
Oh,
there is
so you
lots.
are saying exit polls misled so that people could basically book their profits in the stock market?
I'm pretty sure about that. I have reason to suspect that,
Okay.
because this is what happens, and a lot of people. I spoke to a number of people who are into stocks in Bombay big time. They were
Hmm.
of the view that yes, this happens, and there is so much. That is the reason why, when they banned opinion polls, the request, the plea that before the Supreme Court was to also ban the exit polls, and there was some comment made by the Supreme Court also that something needs to be done about it, but that never happened, because of, obviously, because of so much pressure, largely from the market, as also from
Yeah.
the channels, because the channels make a huge buck out of it, quick buck
Yeah.
and a huge buck out of it.
That's true.
So
That is true.
that's a matter of fact. So there is no reason in a country like India. I think exit polls need to be banned, like the opinion polls.
For everybody
So
watching
because
our visual right now, if you use the super chat feature, then we can make a buck out of it too. Mr. Rajan Mahan wanted to say something. Go ahead, Mr. Mahan.
Yeah, I just wanted to add on to what Sharad has been saying. Beyond these conspiracy theories, and some of them may well be containing a large grain of truth, I just wanted to point out one other factor, which is,
Yeah.
Faye, you began by asking, do people not come out with the truth? And it is quite possible that people didn't come out. And just to be fair to the exit polls, because I mean, if these numbers hold on, it's pretty much clear कि पोल बनाने वालों की तो पोल खुल गई है. The other thing
Well
is,
said.
but the other thing that is that's a more serious note, which is
Yeah.
that there has been this prevailing fear factor in this country. We cannot discount that. Over the past several years, most people, when they have to say anything against the ruling dispensation, and it's been a very, very powerful and overpowering kind of a ruling dispensation that we've seen in the last 10 years. So a lot of people, because of the fear factor, will not come out with the truth. As somebody who did television for many, many years and went out into the, grassroots, went out
Yes.
into rural areas in many, many elections, I can tell you that, you have to win the trust of the voter. Even as long as, say, about 10 years ago, it was already a truth that people were not spontaneously and immediately going to come out with the truth of where they are heading in terms of their vote. So people have become far more guarded. And I think the pollsters probably didn't factor this aspect into their calculations, and which is why, I mean, beyond the conspiracy theories that Sharad has narrated so interestingly, and which may very well be close to the truth in many ways. But there's also this prevailing fear factor, which I can tell you is sitting right here in Rajasthan, that has prevailed in a big way, even in a bipolar state like Rajasthan, which has consistently, even in these 10 years, we did see a return of the Congress in 2018. But even in a state which is a bipolar state like Rajasthan, where the Congress does have a fairly strong, substantial presence, even in these 10 years, people are scared to actually come out with their truth. If their truth is about saying, well, we don't like the BJP, or the kind of politics, the kind of hate that's being generated, the polarization that's being attempted in our society, etc., there are a large number of people who actually shy away from coming out with the truth, and which then would lead the pollsters to completely go wrong, as now seems to be happening.
I had a
So,
question.
I,
Aditya, go ahead. Go
I,
ahead.
Yeah,
I definitely agree with. Sorry. Please go
I had
ahead.
a question for
Aditya.
Mr. Pradhan. So
Ah,
in Nagina, Chandrasekhar Azad is leading by about 25,000 votes right now.
ah, ah.
BSP is not leading anywhere. So are we seeing a turn in this space, sir?
Well, I've been writing about it, and I've said it on even including Faye's channel earlier that
Yes.
BSP Mayawati is a spent force, and she has done it on her. She's done it on her own. It's her own doing. The manner in which she went out to blatantly display her love for the BJP, whether it was because of all kinds of pressures of ED and CBI, she's the one, hers is one party, and she is one of the leaders who has been facing a lot of accusations of having made enormous wealth, untold wealth, so much untold wealth that it is very difficult for her to sustain pressures on account of the threats that the government is known to be giving to a lot of opposition leaders. So she had and that had completely surrendered before the BJP. And what made it clearly evident and put a seal on this was her decision to oust her own nephew from whatever positions he was given a few days earlier when she anointed him as her successor and the most important man in the party. And that poor fellow, all he had done was that young boy Akash Anand was blasting the BJP at a public rally, and he was reprimanded for that, and not only reprimanded, punished for that. That sent a message loud and clear that Mayawati is no more what she was, and her party is all about supporting the BJP in various ways. So that sent a message across, and even a section of her own subcaste, which is dominant in the party, which is the Jatavs, they also started drifting away. A large chunk had already gone away because of the Congress campaign telling people that BJP wants 400 chars of power because they want to change the constitution. And by changing the constitution, their intent is to do away with reservations. This message went very down
Yeah.
deep with a large chunk of the Dalit community and the OBCs, and and despite BJP going hammer and tongs, doing every effort to damage this control, they did not succeed because it was very obvious that BJP was only trying to cover up because the 400 pars we want because of this reason was because we want to change the constitution was said by none other than BJP's own top leaders,
In fact,
well-known leaders.
Mr. Pradhan,
Yeah.
I'll just take a minute. We're staying with Uttar Pradesh. What you see on the screen right now is the Election Commission website on Uttar Pradesh. BJP is leading in 37 seats, the SP in 33, and the Congress in 7. Which means if you put
It's
the
gone
SP,
ahead.
yeah, so the SP Congress together are actually at 40. Now,
Yeah.
just taking you through that map, the Congress is leading in Raebareli and Amethi. It's also leading in Barabanki and Sitapur. So that central sort of chunk it has held on to. And it has one other lead here for Sadal Prasad in Basgaon. But this is a really interesting and a very close sort of build up for, between these two sides in Uttar Pradesh. Do you expect it to stay this way? Are we looking
Well,
at 40
I
48?
wouldn't be surprised. Of course, this is going beyond expectation. This is going beyond expectation even of the Samajwadi Party, I think, and this shows the strength
Yeah.
of the people. And because BJP's arrogance, BJP, Smriti Irani is trailing in Amethi, which is I think the biggest news of the day so far, because she is the one who was known as the Maharani of the BJP, and her arrogance, her inaccessibility is what has gone against her. And she became most jittery when Rahul Gandhi decided to abandon Amethi and contest from Raebareli. And instead of himself, he fielded a party worker, a ground worker called Kishori Lal Sharma, who had been managing the affairs of the constituency during Rajiv Gandhi's time and subsequently also. So now losing to Kishori Lal Sharma is going to seal Smriti Irani's career. If she wins, it is no big deal because she is defeating an ordinary work. It was a great strategy on the part of Rahul Gandhi to have done that, and that made Smriti so jittery that that election became a complete. There was no media focus on Amethi at all, and I am told that Smriti Irani was busy begging the great Godi media to cover her constituency because nobody was going there. Had it been Rahul Gandhi, or she would have got so much media attention, which she got earlier. So, and now it seems that if this is the trend that follows, then it's going to be a big, big defeat for the BJP, and a big slap on the face of the BJP, and
Yeah.
particularly because Smriti Irani's proximity to the Prime Minister, who very strategically, mind you, he did not address a single rally there, which makes it very obvious that he knew which way the wind was blowing. They were
Oh,
they he because otherwise there was no reason why he would not have gone to Amethi.
okay, so a couple of other things for our audience. Check out the Quint website. They have some great graphics going, really easy to understand compared to a lot of the others that I've seen. Aditya and his team working on the Quint website. The market is coming off its losses right now. Profit booking is
Yeah.
happening, so people are buying back right now. And sorry, not profit booking. There's a little bit of buy up. So we found our bottom there at about 9:30, and since then it's coming off those losses. So that's an interesting trend as well. So as soon as it hits, everybody comes in and buys. Everybody's looking at it as an opportunity. We'll go state-wise as well. One of the states that I wanted to look at is the state of Karnataka, and I'll ask my colleague Ira to pop that up on the screen. I'd like your comments, all of you, on Karnataka. But before we get to Karnataka, I have a question from one of our viewers. To whoever wants to answer this question, it's slightly complicated. The NDA currently leading, but not performing at the strength that we had expected it to perform based on the exit polls. what is the risk of defection from its allies, who might have either come in because they're under some kind of pressure, or they come in because they were promised certain political gains? Is there a possibility that these allies will defect back? And could the BJP be using measures to make sure that doesn't happen? Mr. Mahan, go ahead.
Well, Faye, just anecdotal stuff. I had a friend coming in from Hyderabad yesterday. We were having lunch together. And guess what? He was mentioning that if indeed the India alliance is close to forming a government, Chandrababu Naidu gets a handsome number of seats. He's one person that we all have to be very, very closely looking at, because he could well junk the N.D.A. and move over to the other side. So, there is what we call the bandwagon effect, which is that when people start seeing that there is a chance of this party or this alliance kind of forming a government, then there are many others who could start moving towards that. So on that note, this whole Chandrababu Naidu, get somebody to start looking very closely, because he's doing quite well in his state, and which way he's going to go is something which could well decide this entire election at a certain level.
Mr. Mahan, we've always had career opportunist politicians. What in the South we call kingmakers. Devagowda was always one of those, right? Nitish Kumar, switching right at the end right now, looking a little despondent himself during some of those rallies with the Prime Minister. Would he find himself with a bit of a sticky wicket?
I think Nitish Kumar, in a certain sense, made the biggest blunder of his life by switching sides at the last stage. Because, he was one of the leading lights in trying to bring together this whole India alliance. In fact, if there was any disappointment that people were talking about in him, it was about the fact that, the alliance was not willing to project him as the prime minister. And do you remember that, I still recall an NDTV sort of Indian of the Year award that was given away, and I was there, to Mr. Nitish Kumar. So he was called Sushasan Babu. Lots of people in Lutyens, Delhi saw a lot of virtue in him. He has done substantial work in Bihar. I think if there's one politician who will be regretting the most what he did in the last few months, it is possibly Nitish Kumar, who may well have written his own epitaph by switching sides in that late stage and doing it in such a shocking manner, because you can't be the leading lighter of the opposition and then suddenly somersault in such a big way. I mean, that was like shameful even by the standards of Ayaram Gayaram kind of politics that we often see. And coming back to just one thing that I wanted to add in the context of UP and Mayawati. Remember a couple of minutes ago, I mentioned about that fear factor. Mayawati, I think, in many ways, is possibly one of the strongest sort of signals, or, of how much the fear factor has actually impacted many of India's political class also, who have, of course, got all kinds of shady and dubious corruption sort of scandals hanging around in their cupboard. If she's now going to become politically irrelevant, as it now seems that even the Dalits are, a lot of friends in UP have been telling me that, the BSP supporters who've never moved towards the Samajwadi Party are likely to do it in this election. If Samajwadi Party actually ends up doing as well as they seem to be doing in the leads right now, then it means that Mayawati and her, and her mindset getting completely overwhelmed by this fear factor is something that's now going to pop.
I want to bring in Aditya Menon. Aditya Menon also has a bunch of other things to do. So before he runs off, there are a couple of things I want to ask you about. One is Karnataka. It's up on the screen. And Karnataka, BJP is leading in 17, JDS in 3. These are the 3 that they contested. Congress in 8. This is a walloping for the Siddaramaiah DKC government, who were sounding very confident when they went in, not turning out the kind of confidence in those numbers. So those guarantees they had out, the fact that they're running the state government, Mallikarjun Kharge is from Karnataka, poor show in Karnataka for the Congress.
Yeah, but still a gain, because last time the BJP along with Sumanlata, they were at 25, I think, and the
Yeah,
Congress had just won one seat,
just one.
which was DK Suresh's seat. So compared to that, it's a gain. Obviously, not the kind of gain one would expect if you have Mallikarjun Kharge, Siddaramaiah, and DK Shivkumar running things in the state. But it's not surprising either, because BJP has consistently won 17, 18 seats at the national level in Karnataka for a good 2 decades now. And the last election was, of course, a complete sweep almost. So BJP has consistently dominated Karnataka at the national level, irrespective of whether it's in power at the state level or not. I think, yeah, obviously, but a little bit disappointing result for the Congress.
So,
They
okay.
probably would have wanted to enter double digits at least.
Aditya, before you go, I have a quick question for the entire panel. Right, this is what my audience is
Yeah,
also asking. We're looking at the entire numbers right now. NDA 289 or 290. India 223.
right,
It's sort of hovering in that area for a while now. So here's my question.
quite right.
At 290, the NDA BJP allies are 18 above the halfway mark. 1-8. Right? At 223, plus remember there are 31 others floating in the environment.
Yeah,
What does this mean? Does this mean that if this continues this way, India is comfortable, it has nothing to worry about, or the fact that the India alliance at this point is holding these numbers, does that pose any sort of threat? And this question is to everyone. I think you can answer first because I know you have to leave, and then I'll ask the rest of the panel. What does this mean at this point?
I think it means that the remote control now lies with two gentlemen, Nitish Kumar and Chandrababu Naidu. I think between them they will have close to 25, maybe 30 seats, which would mean that they can either push for a much more moderate leadership at the helm of the NDA. It could mean a more moderate Mr. Modi, or it could mean someone more moderate than Mr. Modi.
Mr.
Uh,
Modi.
so I think that's one thing that might happen. RSS becomes very important now, because if BJP's tally is falling by a good 50 seats or 40 seats as it is seeming, I mean, then the RSS does get some leverage in deciding things. That's the second thing. As far as the India alliance is concerned, I think it's still a very outside chance for them. It would require them offering the prime ministership to someone like Nitish Kumar, also offering someone to Chandrababu Naidu, cobbling
I do.
together the Biju Janata Dal. I think they need 20 more seats on their own to be able to do anything of that sort. So if maybe by in another couple of hours, if India crosses 240, then maybe they have a realistic chance. Otherwise, I think we are looking at a more Vajpayee era kind of government with allies holding far more leverage than they did in the last 10 years.
Yeah, very well said. Same question just
Very well
taking
said.
it around. Yes, Mr. Nagaraj, go ahead.
Uh,
1 second, so you're muted. I'm just going to ask. Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
As I said earlier, see, coalition partners, it's not it's not a kind of marriage. Even marriage also is not bound to be sustainable. So generally,
If you're not nice to your partner in marriage, there's no guarantee.
marriage is also not subject to sustainable. See, unless Modi gets the numbers to form the government on his own, so there is a very possibility of threat from partner side, from coalition partners. See, they may swing from this side to that side and that side to this side. See, no one voluntarily joins any power center for their own political reasons. As I said, there may be coercion and other benefits also. So that is one thing. And the number falls, there will be some kind of there is a change in internal dynamics of the Congress party and BJP also. See, there were reports that Nitin Gadkari, who is in the
That's
election fray in Nagpur, so there were reports that, there were backstabbing efforts from Modi side and Amit Shah to defeat him, because
right.
they thought that he is an emerging threat. If numbers drastically fall down, it is a kind of negative verdict against Narendra Modi. See, it is one-man show, as you know. See, all this election we have seen, it is a one-man show. See, 70-page election manifesto of BJP
Right.
says it is only Modi manifesto. No BJP, no NDA partners.
No.
There is only one Modi. So out of 70 pages, 55 pages, there is only Modi picture. No one is there. And Gadkari has been removed from parliamentary party board member.
Yeah.
So definitely there will be some kind of change in internal dynamics. And also, as Mr. Aditya said, there is no Vajpayee era in BJP politics. Vajpayee and L.K. Advani are gone. Now Modi era is there. So Advani and Vajpayee, see, they followed live and let live politics. Here only live politics. There is no let live. So that is the kind of politics we have been seeing under Modi. So definitely Modi will not allow others to grow, whether internally or externally. So definitely numbers will fall below the mark. Definitely there is a very possibility of the BJP facing threat from coalition partners.
I also feel the same, that they would, if Modi's numbers fall, as we can see in the trend, then there'll be voices of dissent from within, because there is a huge element which has been keeping quiet because of the fear of Modi's fear, and Gadkari would be the first one to raise his voice, and if there's one voice of dissent, many more follow.
Yeah.
That is the reason what just now Mr. Nagaraja said, that there is this story doing rounds that Gadkari may not be allowed to win from there. There is some conspiracy going. This is a conspiracy theory.
Not only
Gadkari,
there is Vasundhara Shinde, there is Adityanath, Yogi Adityanath, there is Chauhan in Maharashtra. Many people are there. They are waiting for an opportunity to strike back. So let us see what will happen.
Absolutely, and that could change the complete scenario.
Yes, Mr. Sanjay Hegde joins us as well, Senior Advocate, Supreme Court. The question that I've asked the panel, Mr. Hegde, is this, that the NDA now, or you can see on your screen, 288, past the halfway mark, but it's not very far past the halfway mark. Does this mean there will be some sort of dissonance among the allies within the NDA, and what is the likelihood of that result?
Well, if you look at the trends and you look at the momentum, the NDA is at 288, but the NDA includes people like Chandrababu Naidu and quite a few of the allies. So if these numbers hold for another hour, I do not expect the current Prime Minister to be back.
Well,
That is the most likely outcome if these numbers hold for another hour.
Okay, so according to
just let me illustrate.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
In our hostels, there used to be big bullies, and everybody would go down to the bully. But one day, suddenly a blanket would be thrown, and everybody would participate in beating the hell out of him. Maybe we are at that moment.
Are we overstating, Mr. Hegde?
I sometimes stick my neck out,
Yes.
but please see the momentum. Please see the way that UP has turned, and also please see that big claim, 400 par. When 400 par doesn't happen, and it doesn't happen by this big a mile, then you must say that the mandate is against the current government coming back. The current leadership coming back. Because just look, whatever the numbers end at, the fact that on his watch, the opposition could gain so many votes and they are looking strong means that that anybody who's smart in the BJP will need a new face. The communists ruled Bengal for a very long time. They got an extra term when they replaced their strongest Jyoti Babu with Buddhadev. So even if the BJP comes back, the current leadership might not if these numbers hold for another hour.
Chandrababu Naidu's party now leading in 15 seats. Nitish Kumar's party now leading in 14 seats, about 30 seats between the two of them, give or take one or two, which means that this could be the interesting. These men could tip the scales in anybody's favor at this point. Mr. Mani, same question to you. You haven't answered. What do you expect will happen? And Sanjay Hegde is saying that we could expect a very different leadership if these numbers hold for another hour. What do you think, Mr. Mani?
Well, yes, I tend to agree with Mr. Hegde, because I think if the BJP is dropping almost 50 to 60 seats, at the moment they're dropping about 50 seats from their last performance, but there's always a likelihood that they could be dropping many more because the trends in UP are coming out and they're looking quite rosy for the India alliance. So if that happens, then say I can only share a conversation that I had with a fairly senior BJP leader in Rajasthan, with whom I'm, pretty close friends for a very long time. And I will not reveal the name of the person, but he's pretty senior within the Rajasthan BJP hierarchy. And it was very interesting to listen to him saying that, all of you guys who are, journalists and activists and who want to go back to that old India where where issues dominate and not just overpowering one personality. And so what he said is that if indeed, as many of you are now calculating that the BJP is dropping and, they will come down below 240, then he said we could see a major earthquake within the BJP, because he said all the traumas, all the difficulties that a lot of people in the country, social activists, journalists, other political players within the country have faced over the past decade. If I quote you his exact words, he said, the kind of traumas that you guys have gone is public knowledge, but the kind of traumas that all of us within the BJP have gone through, and the kind of humiliation, the kind of sidelining, the kind of marginalizing that we have all faced, I mean, who would want to face from a very eminent leader and a fairly popular leader like Vasundhara Raje being completely sidelined in a national election? I think there are many like her within the BJP who will, if these numbers actually sustain and the BJP goes down ultimately to say only around 240, 242, then you will see quite, even within the great disciplined party, etc., we will see some interesting times over the next week or fortnight. And even if the BJP cobbles together an NDA government, as Sanjay said, we may well be seeing a new prime minister if these numbers actually pan out ultimately, even if the NDA wins.
Very well. Very well said.
So that would mean, the leadership, the joint leadership of Mr. Modi and Mr. Amit Shah, they function together. You are saying that if we see these numbers hold for the next 1 hour, and for the last half hour or so, we've had the numbers sort of stabilize here. So 290-ish for the NDA, maybe 220 for India and 30 for others. That's adding up to the total. So it hasn't changed too much for the last half hour. Mr. Hegde, go ahead.
So you counted 15 for Janata Dal and 15 for the TDP. That's 30. Now, if 30 seats shift, what is the difference? The difference is 60. Because the 30 that have shifted from the NDA basket and the 30 that have got added to the India basket.
Right.
So it's anybody's game now?
So these numbers are not good news for the BJP, but that's an understatement.
Very interesting.
Very interesting.
And I think you have... So I do want to ask you this, Mr. Hegde, that now that you're with us as well, given what the exit polls, all the exit polls told us, And what we're seeing right now, does this draw a massive question of credibility on exit polls in our country? How could they have all gotten it this wrong? In
Well,
unison.
they were all persuaded to get it wrong.
Absolutely.
That's the thing,
There
right?
is reason to believe that.
I don't see the point of doing that. I mean, why would you want to risk your own credibility over any amount of money? If this is what they do for a living, they'll never be able to
Yeah.
do it again.
Well, they don't know that. See, forget the exit polls. Look at your own contemporaries in corporate media. They have
Absolutely.
gone on and on. They have everybody thought that there was no tomorrow, and they have. I don't know what excuses will come out, and as Rajan was saying that look, within the party we had so many problems, etc., etc. We are going to hear a lot of all these hard luck stories. Whether we choose to believe them or not, that's another question. But today, it has not been the opposition alone which has brought these numbers about. It is the people of India. And I don't know everybody's age on this panel. If these numbers hold, if these numbers hold, then I am taken back to the time that I was a 11-year-old when the results of 1977 came out.
Yeah.
And that kind of joy which went through the country.
Absolutely.
So that famous line, that bliss it was in that dawn to be alive, but to be young was very heaven. We are not young, but we are thankful to be alive.
I was 23 at that time, and I was 23 at that time when Sanjay and I really felt at that time, because when you have a dictator sitting at the helm, you really revel in this kind of results when they come. Yeah, I mean, knowing that Indira Gandhi was not, I think, not as was not a kind of dictator that we have today. Still, people felt relieved. There was a huge respite in the minds of the people. Today, it will be much more than that, because what we see happening, we have been seeing happening over the past, particularly in the past 5 years, is devastating to democracy, for democracy. And I'm sure people will heave a sigh of huge relief if the man sitting at the helm, even if he's changed. And I'm sure this will be felt even down the line in the BJP in a big way, because there are a lot of leaders who feel stifled within the party.
See, what is appealing is, see, institutional collapse. So you take, for instance, the election commission, say appointment of commissioners.
Wherever you go cheaper with the Agoda app.
So,
Mr. Hegde,
regarding the appointment of commissioners, see, an amendment was made to the effect that, see, there is no need for representation of Judiciary, Supreme Court Chief Justice. Earlier, CJ, Prime Minister, Leader of Opposition, and one more member. 4 members used to be on the panel to select the commissioners and Chief Election Commissioner. Ultimately, what happened? Prime Minister, his proxy Amit Shah, opposition leader. These 3 members enough. They appointed 2 election commissioners. See, one can imagine the autonomy of election commission. Likewise, almost all democratic institutions have been bulldozed. You know how IT, how ED, how CBI are being used. In Andhra Pradesh, you take, for instance, the murder of Vivekananda Reddy, the Jagannath Reddy's uncle. See, Vivekananda Reddy's daughter, Sunita, suspected the hand of Avinash Reddy, Kadapa MP, and she produced incremental evidence before the Supreme Court. Still, CBI failed to arrest him.
Yeah. So, one moment. I just need to say thank you to a couple of people who are supporting us financially. Anand Gandhi has gifted 50 memberships of this channel to his friends and family. Thank you, Anand. Sivesh Kateva, he has given us $200. Thank you. Hemaj Chetri, Harsha Gowda, Shreya Mohanty, Aman Peshawari, who says the Bharat Jodo Yatra seems to have worked. And someone, Faye Rodriguez, has also signed up. Dinesh Kumar, thank you for that. I do want to ask the panel this question. the Ab Ki Baar 400 Par campaign, right? And we heard the Prime Minister go out and say, Mere haath mazboot karo. Give me 400 seats so that I can do the work I need to do. And it was, initially we were wondering, what do they need 400 seats for? Is it because of all of the things that you are now saying to us, that if they don't have that kind of majority, it's possible that there will be dissonance not only within their allies but also within the party? And then we had the Prime Minister take it one step further and say, if you don't give me 400 seats, they will lock up the mandir, they will reverse a lot of the work that we've done. So there's a lot of focus on the fact that we don't just need to win, we need to win with 400. Anyone? Mr. Mahan, go ahead.
Yeah, well, I think the whole buzz about 400, to be honest, at one level, the Prime Minister himself sort of exposed it as just a jumla. Do you remember one interview where he said that, I said this, and then they all started, nurturing that whole concept, not realizing I had given it as a great number to enthuse our party workers, etc., etc. But I think so. At a certain level, Narendra Modi himself exposed it as just one more jumla that was coming out with. The other is that, this buzz that was created about 400 seats being needed led to definitely a perception among, weaker sections within the country who started feeling that all of this was moving itself towards some grand Hindu Rashtra, etc., that we were going to see massive changes in the constitutional structure of the country, and more specifically, the fear that this would lead to a major tampering with the reservations and the quotas that have existed for the last several decades. This is something that certainly seems to have played itself out in large parts of rural Rajasthan. That's something I can tell you. And here, it's not, they didn't make such a big buzz, but the reality is that here in Rajasthan, one of the candidates in Nagaur, Jyoti Mirdha, she was the first one. But the second one who went virtually unnoticed was actually Diya Kumari, who's currently the Deputy Chief Minister, no less. She's the Deputy Chief Minister, and she said it so openly, so boldly, that yes, of course, we need 400 seats. It is only then that we can change India around in the, the dreams of Savarkar and Golwalkar and what have you, hardly leaving anybody under any kind of doubt if you wanted to understand what she was saying. So I think this whole 400, 400 par, etc., was always going to be a very, very impossible dream. But giving that jumla, the Prime Minister and the BJP have gained through a lot of jumlas that they've cobbled over that they've coined over the last 10 years. But I think this jumla certainly has boomeranged on them. And if indeed the Prime Minister and the BJP, even if they stay in power, but if the Prime Minister has to move away and the Prime Ministership goes to somebody else, well, that jumla of 400 par has certainly bitten them big time. Faye?
The couple of things I want to point out. Piyush Goyal is leading. Remember Piyush Goyal contesting out of Mumbai. The Prime Minister.
First time a Lok Sabha election.
First time Lok Sabha election. So a couple of interesting candidates who the BJP sort of pulled out of Rajya Sabha and flung them into the deep end and said, go win your elections. Piyush Goyal, one of them. Rajesh Chandrasekhar, another one. Interesting, and I love that conversation where the finance minister said, I don't have the money to contest. And I was very curious. Unfortunately, the journalist in front of her didn't say, how much money, madam? How much money is needed to contest from the BJP end? Because I thought that would have been an interesting piece of information, but we didn't get that. Also, Mr. Hegde, it is now 10 minutes to 11 o'clock and the numbers are holding. 290, 220, 30, roughly in that bracket. But the question I really meant to ask you, Mr. Hegde, is this. A lot of this campaign knocked on the doors of the Supreme Court consistently for several months, starting with the electoral bonds verdict. And I think that was really when the lines started to get drawn, when the campaign really began, when we had the electoral bonds verdict, and then the India bloc or the opposition felt that they had something to sort of ride on. Post that, the arrests of chief ministers, There are various things that have gone to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court has also had to draw a line saying, hey, you know what, we're not interfering with the electoral process. How important was all of that, all of the work that done within the Supreme Court for this election, in your opinion, however it finally turns out?
It was important because the Supreme Court was one of the few institutions that offered some hope at some points of time. It's not that it offered hope all the time. So while you had the electoral bonds, you had Mr. Kejriwal being given that bail. You also had the Supreme Court decline bail to Hemant Soren. You also had the Supreme Court not interfere when people, including me, went to it and said, please do something about the communal speeches. You did it in 2019.
Yes.
We showed them an order of 2019 passed by Chief Justice Ranjan Gogoi asking the Election Commission to come and tell the Supreme Court what it was doing. But the Supreme Court said, no, we are not interfering in the election process. So it shone at times like a good deed in a naughty world. But a naughty world it was.
Very well.
Never mind.
Even on the issue of, I would just like to add something here, Faye.
Yes, please.
Even on the issue of, getting the VVPAT slips to be counted, which would have actually ended all the controversy, that was ignored by the Supreme Court. Instead, they've continued to harp on the ballot paper issue and said that the petition was dismissed because of the ballot paper. Ballot paper was only a part of that petition, and nothing was done on the VVPAT issue. Am I right, Mr. Sanjay Hegde?
Yes, I should remember the matters that I appeared in at least.
You take up so many good causes that you tend to overlook a few.
We keep saying that public memory is short, but apparently the senior advocate memory is short.
Please let's not go there. Senior
Sanjay Hegde picks up issues which are for the people of the country. So hats off to him.
So we do our work in court, and then irrespective of what happens, we move on. So that, but the point here, Sharad was right, that at least if they had 100% checking of the VVPATs, there would have been much more credibility. Now the real problem after 10 years of this, assuming that this changes, is that institutions have to work over hard to restore their lost credibility. And I'm not speaking only of the judiciary, the election commission, the journalist fraternity. I'm also including the armed forces. You see, that 1 month extension to the chief, people being picked up at the last minute.
First time in the history of the country.
So every institution will have to rise to do a spring cleaning and a restoration.
So there is not even
Mukherjee, who's joined us right now, very senior journalist. Ms. Mukherjee, good afternoon. Thank you for joining us. Numbers surprising, ma'am, and we'll get into the West Bengal numbers as well. TMC, and before that, I just want your comment on all of it, and then we look at West Bengal.
Well, looking at all of it, I am less suffocated, I'm less fearful, I'm less anxious, all of that. But that's a personal comment. But having said that, the results are, well, we were hearing it on the ground that this was likely, some of the results are likely. Uttar Pradesh is a stunner. Rajasthan, I'd heard something that things were on the churn. It was not a one-way street for the BJP. I'd heard about Haryana. Somebody actually gave me a number for Haryana, saying that about in 8 seats, the opposition would give a very good fight. But having said that, the UP numbers are the stunner. This is India saying, enough is enough. Stop right there. I think this is a verdict which has been delivered and is in the process of being delivered. And this verdict is very similar to the kind of verdict that emerged in 1977. Why? Because I think at that point in time, I remember I was at the university. My father was in the media. We knew who was being picked up, who was not being picked up, and what kind of surveillance went on in 77. At that point, a chill, we were afraid. And today, just last night, I was afraid, am I going to go through the same kind of, dread on a daily basis that had emerged in between 75 and 77. Today, I'm breathing easier. I think that's the big decision, big message from this election.
Absolutely.
So, anyway, Sharath, I have a problem with you. I called you, you didn't respond.
I'm really sorry. I didn't. No, I didn't know that. Maybe I didn't have the number.
Sorry, Faye. Yeah. Sorry, Faye.
My apologies. My apologies. I
Pradhan getting into trouble on live coverage.
No, that's all right. That's all right.
So, I just want to point out big states of Uttar Pradesh and Maharashtra right now seeming split down the middle between the opposition and the N.D.A. So Uttar Pradesh looks a little bit, I'm rounding off, 40 to 40. Maharashtra also looks like they're splitting down the middle. I saw your hand, Sanjay Hegde, but I just want to share these numbers. This is West Bengal. According to the Election Commission, the TMC with 23, BJP with 13, and the Congress with 2, the left with 1 in West Bengal. Mr. Hegde, go ahead, and then I'll come back to Shikha Mukherjee about West Bengal.
No, split down the middle doesn't fully convey the sense, because there was nothing on the other side.
Yeah,
that's right.
The BJP was very nearly 70 the last time. So, as I told another channel, if it is losing 30 seats in UP and another 20 seats, that's 50 seats. 50 seats makes a difference of 100 to the overall total. That's the big number. So 50 that they have lost, which comes down from their tally, and 50 which is added to the other side.
Added to that.
And these are big states. Shikha Mukherjee, the numbers coming out of West Bengal, are these what you expected? They're certainly not what the exit polls told us, because the exit polls told us the BJP was going to wipe West Bengal.
35 is what the BJP expected. The exit polls gave 31, but I was pretty sure that it would be about 10. BJP would be at 10. The rest we will have to see. I was very hopeful that the left would make a breakthrough and get at least 1 seat. But perhaps the left vote share will go up, which is a significant thing. But what is interesting, I mean, this may be the Election Commission's numbers, but the TV channels in Calcutta are showing 32 seats lead for the Trinamool Congress, and BJP going below 9. So this is where the reality of Bengal is. And I think that in terms of where I started with in March to now, I haven't changed a lot, but I was a little worried after the 6th phase. My apprehensions were clearly an overestimate of the BJP's capacity to win.
Right.
I also want to take you through. Mr. Pradhan, do you want to comment on West Bengal? Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, there is reason to believe, all this while. What I'd like to say broadly about the BJP and our great mainstream channels is that they were simply, this and the exit poll people. I think they were all operating like a gang, I would say. I mean, I have no hesitation in saying that. And the way the whole, they created this facade was obviously must have been with a purpose, because don't forget that the Election Commission is continuing to be on their side, and the manner in which 1,07,00,000 votes were added at the end of the 4th phase made it very evident that there was something fishy going on. Nobody has been able to explain how those votes increased after 11 days. I spoke to a number of former chief election commissioners. 2, 3 of them I have interviewed, and they were also completely puzzled. They said, we don't understand how these votes are increasing. And there is also reason to believe that all this was being done so that they could do it beyond. It's only that intervention of the Supreme Court, soft intervention of the Supreme Court, Mr. Hegde would agree. No, a soft intervention, I said. Otherwise, they would have gone further and these votes would have increased without anybody having to do anything. So there must be some plan B, plan C. Modi is someone who cannot take defeat, and so he would go to any extent to do this, and which is what they were trying to do in West Bengal as well. You know, the way they've tried to bulldoze everyone, left, right, and center. Literal bulldozers were literally running all over the place in UP, but the central government was trying to bulldoze everyone anywhere in the country. So, which is what I think we ultimately, if this is how it goes, and there is no reason why it should not now, that ultimately BJP, when you become too powerful, megalomania goes beyond your head, then you start thinking that you can tick off anybody. But the people of the country have shown, as Shikha Mukherjee rightly pointed out, it reminds us of 77. And I really wish, my personal wish, that it ends up like 77.
I just want to point out that there is one second, Mr. Van, before you. There's a bloodbath happening in our stock market as we speak. The markets are down over 4% from this morning. The Sensex is now at 73,214. The Nifty is down 4.33%, and it's currently at 22,254. I'm keeping an eye on it. We saw some sort of buying, and then it's gone down to 3 levels.
May I come in here?
Artificially.
Yeah, absolutely. Monday, everybody made money.
Yeah.
Tuesday, you lose money. Simple.
Exactly.
So
it was taken artificially.
You lose in the whatever. What is it?
Exactly.
They took it artificially high. The exit polls took it artificially high, so it had to come down.
Yeah,
there's a conspiracy theory. There's a conspiracy theory that the exit polls were designed so that people made money, and
exactly. I said that in the beginning of the show. I said
everybody cut their losses.
Yeah. So can I just come in on West Bengal? What I'm looking at is a very interesting situation. One, if you the whole country was sort of compelled to listen to this sensation called the Sandesh Khali women being brutalized by the Trinamool Congress.
Yes.
It became the leitmotif of the entire campaign. Women in Mamta, the only woman-ruled state in India. In that state, women were being so badly used. They were being violated. And therefore, not only was the BJP the savior of women, but also it would save West Bengal from every form of abuse of power, whether it is on corruption, whether it is on women, whether it is on any other thing. In Sandesh Khali, they picked out a single woman, Rekha Patra, turned her into what Modi called her up and said, "You're Shakti Swarup." So he turned her into an icon. And then what happened? Why is she trailing in this election? That is the seminal issue. Let me point out that when I'm looking at the numbers across India, I want to make a very quick point. What I'm seeing in West Bengal is what I think is what is emerging in a lot of other places, where the culture of the state and the political culture of the state are something that the BJP has absolutely no comprehension of. And I think one of the reasons why in UP, which is actually, in a sense, my home state, my family is from Lucknow. So, Sanjay Hegde, don't smile. These are Bengali who moved there 200 years
I'm a
ago.
Maharashtrian.
Yeah.
I'm from Bombay. I'm from Goa. I'm from Karnataka. I have a lot of identities, and
Yeah,
that's
okay. I have
that's the
multiple
big. Just 1
identities.
minute.
So
That's the big thing about India. We have
that's it.
multiple identities. We have multiple identities.
Yes.
To
Yes.
box us into Hindu versus so and so, that's wrong.
You see,
Sorry.
if you look at UP, also, what you're getting a sense of is that in UP, this kind of bulldozer Hindutva, one single identity, homogenizing Hindutva, there is only one form of practice. This is what we came up against. The BJP tried to impose on West Bengal. One form of practice. Kali, you can only worship in the way we tell you. You have to observe Ram Navami. Ram Navami is not even an event in Bengal. Hanuman, blah, blah, blah. Someone was telling me about Assam yesterday, that in Assam, FM radio is broadcasting Hanuman Chalisa first thing in the morning. The Assamese are offended. I mean, do you think that we don't have sacred music of our own? Yeah. So this is where the disconnect begins. You have no respect for the diversity of India. I may have multiple identities, Sanjay may have multiple identities, but there are other ways in which identity is defined, and we are all composite people. We are not just we are not just Brahma, we are not just Hindus, we are not just one kind of thing.
I think that's the verdict from this. Forgive me for interrupting you, but
sorry.
Flashes. Forgive me for interrupting you. The flashes coming in right now show that the India bloc has overtaken the NDA in Uttar Pradesh by one seat.
Yeah, that's a good news.
Yeah, that's a very good news.
So India bloc currently, according to the Times of India, India bloc is showing 41 and NDA is at 38. This will be a number that even surprises the SP at this point. Mr. Maan, I saw your hand go up. Go ahead.
It has surprised.
I just wanted to make a couple of quick comments since everyone was talking about 1977 and the identity question around Indians. I think if these results if these trends are going to hold on, one thing is that very, very clearly, India is sending out a message. India does not want to become Gujarat. Okay? We've had 10 years of Gujarat leaders dominating this country, and the kind of polarizing politics that they've played, this represents, at a certain seminal level, I think it represents a rejection of that kind of divisive politics. I think India is standing up and saying, no, all of India is not Gujarat. We don't want to become Gujarat. And then moving on from there to the larger question of Hindu, Rashtra, etc., and our identities. That's something 400 Par clearly was aimed at coming up with. So this also, at a certain level, implies a decisive rejection of that polarizing, extremist, Muslim-hating, divisive politics that's been sought to be played over the past decade or so in this country. Very clearly, India is standing up and saying, no, we are one. We want to stay one. We don't want religion to become such an overpowering aspect of our life as our political leaders, some of them, may be wanting. So, Faye, just one other comment. Quite often, I have heard, Hindutva hardliners saying, oh, this whole secularism, it's all bunkum. ये तो गांधी नेहरू हमको फंसा गए इस सेक्युलरिज्म के अंदर. हम तो हिंदू थे, we are 80% Hindus, and हमको तो हिंदू राष्ट्र ही बनना था. I think at a certain level, this verdict at a certain level is a response which says, no, Gandhi or Nehru isliye secular the because the deepest roots and the finest sort of parts of our tradition were secular. From Moinuddin Chishti to Mira in my own state. I think there are umpteen examples which confirm that India exists by what they call in Sharad state, the Hindu-Muslim tehzeeb and the coexistence,
In
what they
Ganga
call the
Jamuni
Ganga
Tehzeeb.
Jamuni, tehzeeb in Uttar Pradesh. I think India, in a certain sense, has responded, and these results, I mean, if these trends hold out, I think India is very clearly saying we don't want to be Gujarat. All of India is not Gujarat. We are different, and we want to, celebrate the unity that exists within the diversity of India, and not just this whole ek desh, ek hi roti khao, ek hi khana khao, ek hi phalana karo. I think India is now telling the political elite of this country, the elite that has dominated in the past decade, listen, we want to celebrate our diversity. We want to live with our little Indias in our little corners. And yet we are reunited by that larger diversity that we want to celebrate. We don't want it to be submerged. So I think in many ways.
Mr. Mann, when you say we don't want to be Gujarat, I just want to point out that the Congress is leading in 2 seats in Gujarat, which was expected to be a clean sweep.
So maybe Gujarat is rediscovering some of its secular roots, some of its own, whatever.
To just answer Mr. Mahan. Just to answer Mr. Mahan. Just one thing. See, even when I went to Gujarat, there were so many people who came up to me and said, thank you for standing up. Thank you for the things that... And the Congress continually had at least a 35-40% vote share. So it is not as if everybody bought this version. And there's a whole host of Gujarat which is not affluent, where human development indicators are very poor. So let's not tar a state, because ultimately the best message that we get from Gujarat is Vaishnava Jana to tene kahiye je, jo peed para hai jane de. One who understands another's sorrow. For some time, it was this Garvey business of spreading out and saying we take everything. That has to be tempered.
I think also, one of the things that has emerged is that, BJP was trying to sell a Sanatan Hindu line. Sanatan Hinduism, if I may point out, was a fight that was fought in the late 1800s in India, in the courts, in religious reform movements, in outstanding personalities. And that fight was to now bring back Sanatan when we have made, the issue of untouchability, who will get into which mandir and how, still is an issue that we are debating in the courts as well as in society. I think that the pitching for Sanatan was a bad idea.
Right. I know that Mr. Pradhan needs to leave. Mr. Pradhan, go ahead.
Well, just briefly, I'd like to.
Its are heading for a clean sweep in Andhra also. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Oh, great. That sounds so good. Just taking forward what Shikha Mukherjee had said earlier about BJP trying to impose Hanuman and Ram Navami on the people of Bengal. Let me point out there's something which people do now. I was also told this by a Pandit in Kashi, in Varanasi, that when I asked him, how is it that the Ram Mandir is not working? The Pran Pratishtha at the time on 22nd of January, we all felt that the 2024 Lok Sabha election is a done deal. And after that, when the footfall started coming down in Ayodhya, that was the turning point. And BJP realized that. So the reason was that what was pointed out by this Pandit, that look here, ultimately at the end of the day, Ram, he said, ask me how many Ram temples are there in your town. I started looking, and till this day, I have not been able to find one. Because worshipping Ram has not been the tradition of the Hindu order, particularly in North India. Hanuman is worshipped, Krishna is worshipped, Shiva is number one. And they were trying to play up this, and in the hope that Modi will fulfill his dream of becoming prime minister for the third consecutive time in the name of the Ram Mandir. That's why he played Pontiff and Raja and everything together on the 22nd of January. And this is something which people have not understood, that Ram is in general, Ram, you don't find Ram temples in most places other than some places in the south. And that is what did not work. Just as the imposing Hanuman or Ram Navami didn't work there in West Bengal, in a lot of other parts of the country, their campaign in the name of Ram didn't work. And what made it worse was this Sanatan business. It was Swami Dayanand who started the Arya Samaj movement as opposed to these typical Sanatan Dharma, the practice that was going on. So it was the Hindu social reformists among the Hindus themselves that opposed it. And today, people like Yogi Adityanath and we have seen how people were literally lynched for uttering a word against that. And that is what is costing them dear now. All that is proving to be counterproductive. And that's very heartening to know that we are getting back to our roots, as Rajan Mahan rightly pointed out. We are going back to our origins. And thanks a lot. I'll take leave. I'm really sorry, but I have to go somewhere. And really enjoy. I always enjoy being on your panel, and of course with the esteemed panelists that you have. Thanks a lot.
Yes, Mr. Pradhan. Please remember to return Ms. Mukherjee's phone call.
I'll never make that mistake again.
Thanks, Sharad.
Otherwise, I wouldn't want to be told publicly that where I failed.
You have joined rooms in Lucknow. Mr. Mahan, go
Please.
ahead.
Please. Thanks.
Yeah. Faye, I just wanted to add a quick comment because Sanjay Bhai said something about Gujarat and my comments. I had no intentions whatsoever of suggesting that all of Gujarat was like that or in any way kind of demonizing the entire state. What I was just saying is that the powerful political force that has dominated Gujarat over the past 3 decades is what is being rejected by the country. Yes, of course, there are large sections within Gujarat, and I have a large section of Gujarati friends who certainly don't subscribe to the kind of politics that has been played for the last so many years in Gujarat, and that seemed to be kind of the dominating and the driving force in that state. So it was only in that context. I had absolutely
no, but I don't think
intention.
anybody's taking it in the wrong context.
No, I just thought that maybe.
I have a question actually for the panel that's coming in from our audience as well, saying that, at this point, and those numbers that Mr. Hegde pointed out have been holding steady. We are inching closer to 1130 at this point. So 296 for the NDA, 227 for India, for the India bloc, and about 20 for others. Is there likely to be any more upset after this, or is this where it's going to settle down? Mr. Mahan, in your experience, are we past the swing point at 1130, or could it still happen?
No.
I don't see a very substantial change that's likely to happen. But what could, turn this whole election in a slightly different direction is what we were discussing a little while earlier, which is look at the players who are kind of constituting NDA. Do remember that the BJP on its own is now below 240 if the trends that I have are correct. So if important leaders like Chandrababu Naidu and Nitish Kumar actually don't really go ahead with what
another Paltu
they promise to go ahead with, and they change their minds, they rediscover some conscience, or they say that we are listening to the voice of the people and they are wanting a change, etc., etc. We will get to know if they come up with some formulation to explain that is something that we all now need to be looking at very, very closely, because that could well be. But having said that, just one caution: do remember that the invitation of forming the government will probably first go to the BJP, because they will end up being the single largest
single
party.
Yeah.
So in that sense, then all kinds of political parleys and all kinds of jostling could be happening. But we're certainly looking at a very, very different India, even if BJP manages to form some kind of a government. That government will be dramatically and drastically different from what we've all seen and experienced over the past decade. Fair?
So, Mr. Ban, BJP right now, this is according to the Election Commission, is leading in 237. It's won the Surat uncontested, so that's one that already has in its bag. There's 238 seats in its favor at this point, well past that below that halfway mark of 272 that it needs to be at. It needs those allies right now. The game is likely to be completely different. A couple of other interesting numbers. Samajwadi Party at 33. I'm reading of the Election Commission right now. The TMC 29, the DMK 21. DMK is nearly sweeping all of Tamil Nadu as well. The TDP is at 16, JDU is at 15. So TDP, JDU, these are the two, what we call kingmakers, who might become interesting or as the day progresses. Uddhav Thackeray 10, Sharad Pawar 8. Both of them looking also very strong. It was looking slightly even split this morning, but that's looking different as well. So very interesting. Also, I want to point out the state of Assam, if I may. Again, Assam was a state that looked very strong in favor of the BJP, but not entirely. We're seeing the Congress sort of chip away there as well. I'll just pull up those numbers. Ms. Mukherjee, you want to comment on Assam?
Yeah. In Assam, I was talking to people who are locals, in the sense that, they're in and out of Assam, they grew up in Assam, etc. What is of concern in Assam is this homogenizing Hindutva. The homogenizing Hindutva and Hemanta Biswa Sharma's extreme attitudes. That's one. The second thing, please remember one thing. There are some states where cultural identity, language, etc., are highly sensitive issues. One of them is Assam. The other one is Orissa. The third one is Bengal. The fourth one is Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra, Kerala. These are super sensitive about cultural identity and culture. So that is where this homogenizing Hindutva issue becomes a problem in Assam. The second thing that I was hearing, and this is very interesting, you see, the BJP's core base in Assam was of the large numbers of migrants from the Hindi heartland who had moved into Assam and were in trade, were in tiny shopkeeping, tiny shopkeepers as well, little distribution networks, etc. This was the base. They are pretty miffed with Hemanta Biswa Sharma and the BJP. And that's very surprising. And the reason is very simple. They say that, look, they were principally controlled by what is, quote unquote, the Marwari network. Then they find that the Marwari network is being pushed out and a Gujarati network is coming in. So contracts and other, the loaves and fishes of office, as it were shifting from the original base to somewhere else. The third issue that I heard about was that the BJP's own, the RSS BJP network has been less diligent in Assam than in the past. All of these have contributed to a problem. The other issue is that, as I said, BJP's understanding of the culture of a place and the culture and society of a place is complicated, is weak. In Assam, there are the caste Hindus, and then there are the Ahoms, and then there are the tribes. So you need to get your message calibrated to not offend any of these communities, very powerful, very important. They can tilt an election.
Yeah. So this number that we're looking at on our screen right now was not expected and not given in the exit polls. The fact that there are 4 seats in Assam going to the Congress party. Assam was meant to be, based on the exit polls, a clean sweep in favor of the BJP. 4 seats there are going to make a difference to the final tally. Guys, remember, BJP now at 238 on its own, so it's short of that halfway mark, and it's going to be, it's going to need help to get to that halfway mark. Mr. Hegde, 11:30. Your prediction, you said an hour ago.
Listen, I put out a tweet saying that there is a curse from Delhi, that whoever builds a new city of Delhi loses it within 10 years. and while arguing the Central Vista case, I did tell the Supreme Court that. So I got a message from my junior saying, "Sir, please take down that tweet. Don't jinx the election yet." So that's why at 11:30 there is cautious optimism, and we hope that it continues till 12:30. And what I anticipate is that if these numbers are holding the way they are, that the India Alliance momentum will only start increasing, whereas the BJP, the NDA numbers, they will include quite a few close contests where they start losing. And most importantly, what these numbers will do is to prevent administrative manipulation at the last. There have been close elections where at the end things have happened. Today, I doubt that the administration will cooperate in any manner whatsoever. They'd be very wary of doing things.
I'm still naive enough to believe that would the administration have cooperated in any other circumstance. I would like to believe our administration has a lot of integrity, but I may be alone there. The numbers as we're looking at it right now, I.N.D.A 297, so it's getting closer to that 300 mark, but as an alliance and not as a coalition. A word that most BJP supporters hate is the word coalition. So that's what they're looking at right now. If the BJP is going to form a government, it will have to do so with its coalition partners. It will have to take those coalition partners along, perhaps in a more collaborative effort. The India Alliance at 227, and there are others at 19. I must also at this point bring you the numbers from the Northeast. The big mistake that most media makes is by completely, not paying attention to the Northeast. So like I told you, in Assam, BJP is leading in 8, Congress 4, others 2, beg your pardon. Nagaland has 1 seat. The Congress is leading in that 1 seat. Manipur has 2 seats. The Congress and the NPF have those 2 seats. BJP is at 0. Tripura has 2 seats, both of which are going to the BJP. Arunachal Pradesh has 2 seats, both of which are going to the BJP. I'm reading it out of India Today. These are the seats. We also just taking you through star candidates at this point, and what the leads are. For those asking on the chat window, yes, Prajwal Revana is leading. Like Shikha Mukherjee pointed out, women tend to become election talking points, but never really supported during elections, unfortunately. So we saw what happened with Prajwal Revana. We saw what happened in Bengal with the Sandesh Kali issue. We saw Swati Maliwal turn into this issue right before Delhi voted as well. There's been complete silence on that case after that. And as women, we should really ask these questions. Leading right now, Amit Shah, Narendra Modi, Rahul Gandhi in both of his contests. Trailing Akhilesh Yadav, interestingly, still. Shashi Tharoor is trailing, Smriti Irani is trailing. Nitin Gadkari, Raj Babar, Dimple Yadav, Manoj Tiwari, Hima Malini all leading. Mehbooba Mufti is still trailing. Kanhaiya Kumar is still trailing. Digvijay Singh trailing. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary is trailing. Anil Anthony is trailing Annamalai as well. These are big names that are still trailing now, 11:30. That should mean something. Giriraj Singh from Begusarai also trailing.
That's good news.
Absolutely.
So this is an interesting one. Nakul Kamalnath in Chhindwara is trailing. Isn't that a family stronghold? I'm
I was hearing that there was likely to be a problem there.
Yes,
Omar Abdullah is... Yes, go ahead.
No, Kamal Nath's antics in the Madhya Pradesh election have come home to roost. He has not been able to transfer it to his son.
Omar Abdullah is trailing in Baramulla. Still.
He sounded very sour 2 days ago.
Yes. Paneer Selvam is trailing. This I'm surprised by. I mean, I know that he's not surrounded by a lot of support, but the fact that he himself is trailing is surprising to me. Rajiv Chandrasekhar is leading against a Shashi Tharoor who is trailing. That is interesting. That was not expected, that Shashi Tharoor would lose that seat. And we'll have to still see how it plays out. But as of now, from where it stands, it's still quite a surprise for me.
Well, there is an answer there. Rajiv Chandrasekhar was a minister, and both he and Tharoor are Nayars. The Nayars have gone over to the BJP largely as a community. So the point is that in a Nayar-dominated constituency, is it better to have a possible minister, especially if they all believed the exit polls and thought that Tharoor had no chance?
So are you suggesting that Kerala voters are that naive?
No, they're not naive. They are not naive, but they think like all other voters.
No, but then that should have applied in West Bengal. Why is it not applying in West Bengal?
Well, you don't want to start a fight between two fish-eating states, do you?
No, but these two fish-eating states say that we are mirror images of each other politically.
No, the communists have lost West Bengal for more than a decade now. They are still a big force in Kerala. But if you are anti-communist, do you necessarily have to vote only for the UDF? And there are always people who want to try a new brand. So
that's interesting, and we have, we have one more guest. Let me just welcome Sayanthan Ghosh, who joins us right now. He is a professor and a columnist on politics. Sayanthan, thank you for joining us. Comparing Kerala and West Bengal, is it actually? Let me ask this question: is it safe to say that the influence of the left right now? One of our guests, I think, you said that it remained only in Kerala and in Cuba, and nowhere else. Is the left becoming weaker and weaker, perhaps obsolete in Indian politics?
The morning looks really interesting. So good morning, and like in the kind of age I am, so this is the first election after passing out from my college. I am witnessing where the opposition and BJP is going in this way. So it's very interesting for me. As far as left is concerned, now in West Bengal, as now the results, the leads are in front of you. You must be seeing that TMC is leading in over 34 seats around. And so in West Bengal, there is apathy towards the left when it comes to the belief that they will be able to provide you with an alternative, in the sense that they will be able to fight the Bharatiya Janata Party in the way of policies and politics, the way maybe the TMC is fighting. I think there is the lack of confidence the people of West Bengal has on left, and that is why you will see that in the left Congress alliance, if they are leading in only around 1 or 2 seats, sometimes 1, sometimes 2, but those seats are strongholds of the Congress party. The Mohammad Salim, who is the General Secretary of West Bengal CPIM. He was leading. Yes, he was leading in his seat at the early trends, the very early trends, but now he is not. So left is not leading in any of the seats. The Congress is leading in two or one, which is Isha Khan Chaudhury's seat, which is South Malda, which is bastion of Congress, which has always been, because Goni Khan Chaudhary was from there, and Baharampur, of course. Sometimes he's leading and trailing. It's the Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary seat. And now, when it comes to Kerala, like of course, Sanjay ji talked about that the two fishy states, but the what I believe, sir's experience is much bigger than me. But what I believe right now, the politics of left in Kerala and in West Bengal at this point of time is very different. Because the kind of politics, left politics, which was there in West Bengal, that trend is that momentum is not there anymore. But if the left is organizing a brigade rally in West Bengal's brigade parade ground, it is the most crowded still. But they do not vote for the CPIM anymore. Okay, so that is the situation of left in West Bengal. So there is a difference in Kerala's left and West Bengal.
I just want to point out. I just want to point out also that there are two state election results that are coming out at the same time as we speak. That's Odisha and Andhra Pradesh. Okay. Just taking a look at the Odisha state results, the BJP seems to have won in Odisha. This will be a big change for Odisha's local state politics. The BJP has crossed the halfway mark in Odisha at 76. Remember, the halfway mark is at 73. The BJD is at 53. The Congress is at 12. So the BJP will form a government in Odisha. This will be the first time in a very long time that Naveen Patnaik will no longer be chief minister of the state of Odisha. In Andhra Pradesh, the TDP is wiping Andhra Pradesh. Clean sweep, almost. It's got 127 out of 175 seats. The YSRCP is at 21. There's a clear message there for Jagan on those numbers. And the BJP has 7 seats in Andhra Pradesh. And I'm reading this out of the Election Commission website. Big changes in Orissa and in Andhra Pradesh, Mr. Hegde?
Yes, Orissa is a big change. Orissa was a state which sided with the NDA in most times, even if it was a BJD government. Now, the BJP has worked on that Orissa pride theme, especially with Mr. Pandyan's name being dragged through so many things. The inability of the BJP and the BJD to come together. There was the normal deal, which I believe was offered, that the BJP would take all the Lok Sabha seats, but allow the BJD to have an alliance with the BJD as far as the assembly was concerned. That didn't happen. The BJP, as the de facto opposition in Orissa, because the Congress has collapsed, has just about made it beyond the halfway mark. If the numbers hold, you'll have a BJP government in Orissa. As far as Andhra is concerned, it looks like anti-incumbency has got Jagan.
Yeah.
The Telugu Desam, along with Pawan Kalyan, which was basically a Kapu and Kamma alliance, plus the BJP Hindutva flavoring all over, seems to have done well. There were fears as far as the Telugu Desam was concerned that going with the BJP would affect its minority vote bank. Now that is a question. Faye, do you happen to have the numbers as far as Hyderabad was concerned? Is Owaisi leading or is Madhvi Lata leading? That would also be an interesting indicator. But that's Telangana.
Owaisi was leading until 10-15 minutes ago in Hyderabad, but I could check and just Okay.
Okay. But so, in the two Telugu-speaking states, sometimes you do get an indicator from an extreme constituency, a traditional MIM constituency, as
So OIC
to
is
what the
leading by
consolidation.
28. Sorry, OIC is leading by 28,000, 29,000 votes as of now.
Okay. So the Chandrababu's fear that the minorities would consolidate against him does not seem to have come true for this election, at least.
Yes. I mean, the numbers remain very interesting. They're sort of settling here right now. I don't think there's too much of a difference. The NDA is at 297. The India bloc is at 227 and others are at 19. It hasn't changed too much in the last hour or so. I just want to say thank you to a couple of our guests, our audience members who are supporting us financially. So we have Kushali who's given us 200 rupees. It says this is a nice voice of reason. Thank you. Shubham has become a supporter. Swapnil Karkare, thank you for that. Chirag Agarwal, Antra Sinha, Harry Bar, Aarti Narayan, who's gifted a membership. Chirag Agarwal again, Vishwanathan Murugeshan, Susovan Chatterjee, Amit Das, Ankita Shah is keeping her fingers crossed. Kartika says, thank you for this coverage. Parijita says, thank you for the great coverage. Ankit Menon, Dinesh Kumar, Shivesh Kirpa, the others I've already thanked. Thank you so much. For those who are asking if the gifting was actually done by Anand Gandhi, the film director, yes, he's watching right now. You can say hi to him. Anand is on the chat. Just again, doing one round of questions to our panelists at this point. Do you expect Nitish Kumar with his 15 seats in hand? Here's the thing, right? Shikha Mukherjee, Nitish Kumar made that switch last minute when he could have been Prime Ministerial candidate at the India bloc. He made the switch to the BJP. Now, as a possible ally on either side, one, will the India bloc ever take him back? Two, he's looking at perhaps a very, not a very flashy position within the NDA, is he?
Nitish Kumar is at a point when, if he has to go to the NDA as a minister, he will have to be nominated from the Rajya Sabha. Let me put it like that. Because at this point, Nitish Kumar can make an emotional appeal to voters in a Lok Sabha seat. That, this is my love. This is the fag end of my life. Send me to Delhi. But if it were less than that, I don't know whether Bihar would actually find him as palatable as he has been all these years. And I think that there is a reason for it, because I think if you look at two things. One is that in Bihar, the Mr. Nitish Kumar's somersaults have now reached people have reached the limit of their tolerance for it. One. The second thing is, if you had read the Lokniti CSDS pre-poll survey, that came as a surprise to me that people are not happy with people who turn somersaults, the defectors, as it were, or the buy-ins and the buyouts. So I think that is something that would impact Mr. Nitish Kumar greatly. If he wants to be at the center, after all, he has nothing to lose except his party. He might as well give the party over to the BJP if that is what he does. Because that's obvious. He would have to sell himself and his party over to the BJP.
Mr. Hegde, so here's the question, right? Nothing has moved really in the last hour or so. The numbers are sort of settling where they are. Is it time to call it in favor of the NDA? No, Shikha Mukherjee says no. Mr. Hegde?
No, and I say no simply because, you see, there is a ground level machinery of the BJP and the RSS which is very good at extracting every last vote For the first time, the opposition has put in a lot of people to ensure that every vote is counted. If the trends hold, then yes, it's over for the current government. And you were talking about Nitish Kumar.
Yes.
Please remember that in 2014, it was Nitish Kumar who said that he could not serve under Narendra Modi. So when the question comes up of a new government formation, even on the BJP side, one can expect with some hope that Nitish will not meekly give in and say, oh, let's have the same set of people. That is very unlikely to happen. And then there is the other thing. Faye, the other thing is, what is the RSS response in all this?
Yes.
The RSS has its 100th year coming next year in 2025. It would not want a non-BJP government. And if it can get a BJP government, even with another face, it will work for that.
You think, Mr. Hegde, at this point, with the NDA close to 300, 297, there is a possibility that the allies will extract their pound of flesh and demand a different prime minister?
Allies within the party and everything. So the real problem is that a man who goes out boldly saying 400 par and the mandate goes against him, the public mandate has been lost if these numbers continue. And that is the message that will come from not only the allies, but within the party.
Ms. Mukherjee, go ahead.
Sorry, I have to leave at 12. I said this earlier, so I'm very sorry, but I just want to make a very quick point. I think that this election is remarkable in one major sense. Like the RSS BJP network, which knows how to extract the very last vote, as Mr. Hegde said, the regional parties are significantly more efficient at extracting the last vote when they get down to their job. And I'm saying this for the regional parties like the RJD, the DMK, the left in Kerala, the left actually in parts of Bihar and Rajasthan as well, something that one tends to forget, and the left in Andhra and Tamil Nadu. And parties like the Trinamool Congress, they know how to get their vote out. This is something that is underappreciated, little understood, but their efficiency is enormous. And this is something that we need to now factor into Indian politics. And I'm reminded of a man that I continue to respect and whose voice I keep hearing in my head or every time I think about politics, is Jyoti Basu. He told me in the 1990s that the era of coalition politics has come into this country. You can't reverse it. And I think
here's my question. And during UPA 1 and UPA 2, there was this complaint that because it's a coalition government, there's not enough work being done. We heard, as journalists, the term policy paralysis being used a lot, saying there are lots of coalition partners and so nobody's able to make any decisions. But also we've realized in the last 10 years what happens when there's no coalition is that a lot of parts of the country feel unheard. Like the Northeast, for example, or the South, feel that their voices are not being represented. Do you believe that fundamentally, because of how different we are in India, coalition is just part of who we are?
You see, look at why is it that you have these regional parties? Why is it that the BJP indulges in this kind of micromanaging of caste equations? Because it needs those voices and that representation in order to give it a winning edge. Regional parties represent large sections of opinion in this country. You know, if you, since you did not, but I did, if you grew up in the 60s and the 70s, you heard this about, you know, fragmentation, identity politics, as these were all very bad words. And, you know, you heard about how there were people who used to theorize about how India is going to splinter into many, many little fragments because of these regional identities and parochial politics, etc. Today, that's not the case. We've learned that these things are important in a democracy, in a federal structure, and in how power is exercised in this country, as we have seen over the past 10 years. In terms of policy paralysis, I'll very, very quickly point out that have rights advanced even an inch, or have they regressed many miles in the last 10 years? That's the question that we need to ask ourselves. Is there one right that I have gained out of these 10 years? Policy paralysis means that my rights are no better than they were when it started. But during the 10 years of UPA, I know that my rights were sort of extended, expanded, deepened, widened, and all of that. It should have gone on further. Why did it stop? Why were these rights curtailed?
True.
You know, this entire, let me give you one example. The Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Yojana, horribly derogatory, patronizing description. That is all about food security. It is the responsibility of the Indian state to provide people with food. You can't have them dying of hunger. It is something that the UPA brought in, food security. So if you're implementing a program, then you should know it is based on a right.
I just, Ms. Mukherjee, I just want to take a minute. To some of our audience members are asking for another look at the stock market. The Nifty is down.
Can I leave now? Please?
Yes, thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks.
And the Nifty is now down more than 5%. That is a massive tank for one day. Remember, if it hits 10%, then you hit a circuit breaker and trading stops for today. But for now, it's down 5.3%, falling further as we speak. 5.3% today. The Nifty has lost 1,237. So it's falling further and further. A similar sort of track on the Sensex, and I'll keep an eye on that for you. Mr. Hegde, I want to ask you this, and I know you have to leave as well, but there was a lot of conversation, even between you and me, about whether or not the judiciary really had a free hand in the lower courts, under this government that we've had for the last 10 years. Do you expect to see that change and more freedom within the judiciary, or more elbow room, let me say?
Well, let me tell you a story from Mr. Fali Nariman's autobiography. He said that before the emergency, he was defending the arrest of a few people, and the then Chief Justice said, "Look, it is the liberty of the citizen, etc., etc. This can't stand." When the emergency came in, there were he had resigned as Additional Solicitor General, and he was appearing for some politicians who wanted to be let out in order to vote at a particular election, something. And it was the same Chief Justice who said, "No, they are detained under MISA. We cannot interfere," and those people remained in prison. I do think that now the courts will feel that there is not somebody who's looking over their shoulder. The courts may feel that unjustified detention for far too long needs the strong voice of the courts to step in. But have the question that the courts have to answer is, why did things come to this pass? And there has been a careful, calibrated, overthinking balancing, which has happened over the last decade or so. Courts, like any other institution in India, assuming that these results hold and assuming that we have a freer country, will have some things to answer for.
So, Mr. Hegde, before I let you go, if you can see the numbers on the screen, we are now at 12 noon, 295 for the NDA, 229 for India Bloc, 19 for the others. Are you sticking your neck out now to say that we will have a different Prime Minister?
I think at this stage it's safe to say that the present Prime Minister is unlikely to be back. Is unlikely to be back because the allies and within the party, there is going to be quite a bit of a change.
Okay, I'll ask you one more question. You can choose to not answer it if you want to. Will Umar Khaled have a bail hearing that will actually go through this time? After this, you think?
There are several things that can happen in that case, including possibly a withdrawal of the prosecution itself. That is, if the administration were to think correctly or be advised correctly. But I don't think that his continued detention, can long endure, and it will be a sticking point, even if there is a government of the BJP with somebody else at the head.
Right. Mr. Hegde, thank you so much. I know you give us time till 12 noon. It is always a pleasure to have that conversation with you. We have Aditya Menon of Quint joining us now. Santhan Ghosh is going to stay with us. Aditya, what are you looking at in terms of numbers at this point? Election Commission has nearly updated all of its numbers as well. What have you noticed that's interesting? So do you want to comment on this? You can choose not to. Sanjay Hegde is saying that it's unlikely that the Prime Minister Narendra Modi will get a third term on these numbers.
I think a lot would depend on what happens within the BJP, especially in the parliamentary board. The parliamentary board is mostly filled with people who are loyal to Mr. Modi. The people who could have created problems for him, like Nitin Gadkari, Shivraj Chauhan, they are not there anymore. And I don't think Shivraj Chauhan would have created problem anyway.
But Nitin Gadkari is there.
No, he's not there anymore. He was, I think, removed.
Oh, not in your parliamentary committee. Yeah, you're right.
Board is not there,
yes.
I think in that space, probably Mr. Modi might just get his way. I think there has one form of rebellion, probably from what one is hearing, has come from Yogi Adityanath and Vasundhara Raje. It does seem, looking at the results, that the two leaders and their supporters didn't quite pull their weight in the campaign because of probably the way they felt their leaders are being treated. As Mr. Rajan Mahan also earlier mentioned, we had Vasundhara supporters campaigning for not contesting against BJP candidates. Yogi Adityanath did not give many interviews during the campaign. So it does seem that there is some dissent from those quarters. Whether they insist on a change of guard at the center, or just that Yogi insists that he should be allowed to have his way and no further interference should be there from the center, maybe that could be another part of the deal. So I think there's one aspect that's going to happen is internally what will happen in the BJP, then what the RSS will say, and finally what the allies will say. If there is an alternative candidate who can leverage all three factions, the dissenters within BJP, the RSS and the allies, then we might have an alternative candidate within the BJP. But if there is no such person, then Mr. Modi will continue with some compromises.
But it is likely in any form to be a BJP that is more collaborative with its allies, correct?
Yes, absolutely. They have no choice because the Telugu Desam and the Janata Dal United, both parties now pretty much, at least based on current numbers, they are together a little over 25. So BJP needs both of them to survive.
30.
They are
We are 30 right now
30,
because the
yeah.
is
So
leading at
uh,
16. Janata Dal
yes,
United is leading at 14.
yeah. So and both of them are also ideologically not pro Hindutva at all. So they would want. They don't. I am sure they'll not be very comfortable with a very hard line, hard Hindutva line. And both of them do have a sizable chunk of minority voters. So there would probably be some rollback on the core ideological issues of the BJP.
And what are they likely? Sorry, Sayantan, my question was going to be, so just to explain this to our audience, right? So for those people in our audience saying the BJP has not crossed 300, the BJP itself, by itself, has not crossed the halfway mark. The BJP is at 234. It needs 273 to be a full majority government. It is currently the largest party minority. 234 is where it is at. It needs its allies, along with its allies, in a coalition, a word that the BJP quite hates. It will, with its allies, it crosses to 295. That's the number you're seeing on your screen. Now, of those allies, there are two parties that are particularly powerful. The Telugu Desam party with Chandrababu Naidu, who is currently leading in 16, which is what Aditya was talking about. And the JDU, which is Nitish Kumar, leading in 14. Together, they have 30. Now, if these two gentlemen decide to pull away, that 295 number drops by 30 to 265, below the halfway mark, and cannot form the government. If these two gentlemen pull away and go to the other side, then the 290, the 230 that you're looking at is now 260. So it's anyone's game, really. And these two men have become effectively kingmakers. My question to both of you is, what is likely to be their pound of flesh that they are going to ask for in order to keep their support with the NDA? So, then you want to answer that question? Go ahead. Santhan? Aditya, go ahead. What is Nitish Kumar likely to ask for, in your opinion?
I think for Nitish Kumar, he would want an uninterrupted survival till the next assembly election in Bihar. And he would want to be the chief ministerial candidate of the NDA in the next assembly election. So any plans of the BJP to sort of go it alone or to field its own chief ministerial candidate, I think those plans are pretty much done with. And now Nitish Kumar can effectively call the shots in the Bihar alliance. He'll call the shots in seat sharing in the NDA in Bihar. So I think that is Nitish Kumar's end game is now pretty clear. Unless, of course, the numbers become even closer and opposition sort of comes, the difference between the two sides about 74. If it comes to something like 40, then, and if the opposition offers prime ministership to Nitish Kumar, then it's a different thing. But if short of that happening, I think Nitish Kumar's game plan would be to sort of survive as Bihar chief minister and get nominated as the CM candidate again. Chandrababu Naidu has more leverage, I think, because he probably has a majority on his own in the Andhra Pradesh Assembly, besides having very solid numbers in the Lok Sabha. So Chandrababu Naidu actually can maneuver a lot more. And he will definitely ask for a special status and package for Andhra Pradesh. Those things go without saying. But if Chandrababu so wants, he can even get a better deal nationally.
Santhan, what is likely to be the pound of flesh that Nitish Kumar and Chandrababu Naidu are going to ask for to maintain their support for the NDA?
Yes. So I was curious to ask one question. So after this answer, I would like to know from Aditya what is his reading of Punjab. It feels very interesting to me that Amritpal was leading that point of time. But of course, as far as your question is concerned, I think that what Aditya said is absolutely right. That in terms of Telugu Desam party, Chandrababu Naidu this is a great comeback for Chandrababu Naidu, right? Like Vaisar Jaganmohan Reddy, what I see is that the result exactly shows that there is anti-incumbency, how anti-incumbency looks like, and that's why TDP and as a major ally of the BJP with majority number of seats, and as we all understand at this point, BJP will need support of the alliances, and BJP will have to be liberal when it comes to dealing with alliances, right? So that is why I think TDP has an edge, and they will be able to, they will, like Chandrababu Naidu will be able to bargain a lot in terms of cabinet berths and all the kind of powers, all the pending deals what he had earlier, which couldn't be completed. When it comes to Nitish Kumar, like I have very less confidence of on Mr. Kumar. Like as Aditya said, that if he gets to see that okay, I can become the chief prime minister, he can make a different statement in the evening today. So as but
No, but what are the odds that the India bloc will take him back after what he did?
see, Lalu Prasad Yadav, if you remember that he already said कि politics में कुछ भी हो सकता है, दरवाजा सबके लिए खुला ही है, ठीक है? So this is something ये तो होता ही रहता है. And when it comes to Nitish Kumar, nobody believes that he is anybody's. So they will try to bargain with him if the situation really arises in that case. Or else, what Aditya said, I think what he has been wanting for a long time, that he wants to be a happy chief minister, happily there ever after, and and remain that position. And of course, because there are already talks, I think in today's paper there are things are there that they want the assembly election to be preponed, and all these ideas are there with the JDU. So now after this result, that aspect is something which we should look out for. If whether JDU still maintains that kind of a demand, that early assembly poll and all these demands, that is something we need to, of course, keep an eye on. But
I do want to put this, and my team is working on this. These are the NDA parties. It's on the top band, Aditya. So you have the BJP, which is obviously the leader of the NDA with 242. The JDU, the TDP, we already talked about. The JDS, this is from Karnataka. This is Prajwal Revanna, who has won his uncle, H.D. Kumaraswamy, and then one more candidate. They've won 3 seats. The Shiv Sena Eknath Shinde has won 6 in Maharashtra. Ajit Pawar's NCP only 1. So Ajit Pawar's NCP has sort of been told off by the Maharashtra people, who have gone with Sharad Pawar quite clearly and not with Ajit Pawar. Even the Uddhav Thackeray Shiv Sena has done better than the Eknath Shinde Shiv Sena, but 6 is not bad. And there's a long tail of a few others. There are a couple in the Northeast who are adding about 4 seats to this tally. So the flight risk, Aditya, in your mind, is JDU or TDP? Or do you just think that they're not a flight risk? They're basically people who will, do a good negotiation.
I think based on current numbers, I don't think they are a flight risk. I think India Alliance needs to cross about 240, 250 for them to woo these parties on their side. So probably, I think numbers need to be a little more closer for that to happen.
Do you expect changes in
Pawar, there can be a reunion in the Pawar family. That is possible on the eve of the Maharashtra elections.
On the eve of the Maharashtra elections. So some time for that now. But Ajit Pawar, do you think Ajit Pawar is likely, not just him, we see Chhagan Bhujbal was upset, and during campaign. Praful Patel, we've seen flanking Narendra Modi quite a bit during this campaign. What do you think are the fortunes of these 3 men? Ajit Pawar, Praful Patel, Chhagan Bhujbal.
So it was strange because on one hand, Ajit Pawar was backing the Maratha agitators. Chhagan Bhujbal was speaking against the Maratha agitators. So, the NCP was speaking in multiple voices on very key issues. And also there's always, it is a known fact that there is a channel of communication open between the two sides of the power family, and so it is unlike the Sena, in which there seems to be a point of no return for Eknath Shinde at least. But that's not the case in the power family. They do talk socially. So it is possible that if they realize that they are better united and so on the eve of Maharashtra elections, it's possible they could. The cadres on the ground definitely want them to be together. That's what our reporters gathered in Baramati and adjoining areas. I think you're muted.
Yeah, Naveen Patnaik in Odisha, there's no clear, successor for him for that party. What is the future of the BJP?
So I think this is pretty much end of the road for the BJD. And if the BJP wins a comfortable majority in Odisha, the BJD, whatever leaders are left, it is possible what happened to Mr. Chamling in Sikkim, that after becoming a record-breaking chief minister for around 25 years, he loses power and then lost his party, and his entire party went and merged into the BJP, and now he's lost again. So I think a similar fate could happen with the Biju Janata Dal.
Couple of news points that are coming in. TMC's Yusuf Pathan has now surged ahead of Congress's Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary. Maharashtra Minister Sudhir Mugatiwar is now trailing. BJP's Tamil Soundarajan, who resigned her position as governor to contest this election, is apparently trailing behind the DMK by 15,000 votes. And in Karnataka, the BJP is ahead in 17 seats, the Congress is 8, and JDS is the 3 that we can see up on our screen right now. Yes, go ahead.
Yes, I think in the last day when we were discussing exit polls, I was raising question about the West Bengal numbers, and I think now it is clear that the exit poll predictions about West Bengal and in general also wrong points, but in West Bengal it was really wrong. Like what I wanted to point out is about Yusuf Pathan, the Baharampur Lok Sabha constituency. In West Bengal this time it is very clear that because the BJP tried to do an aggressive polarization of Hindutva in West Bengal, you will see that in every seat there is a counter. There is the counter consolidation of Muslim voters. If Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary loses from his Baharampur, where he never has lost earlier, that means that Muslim community, the minorities, it's a minority populated constituency. They are not looking at anybody else than like TMC in West Bengal, right? In Aditya also, I was telling him in a private conversation that this time the fundamental strength of Mamata Banerjee, what we are seeing at this point, the results is women, like because of the schemes, and this is really remarkable for West Bengal and a woman chief minister. These points are there. This because the scheme like Lakshmi Bhandar, okay,
Yeah.
you will see if this results continues, and now you will see that the result is kind of still in West Bengal already. So, which means woman of a family, a woman is voting for maybe Mamata Banerjee, and the same family, the man is voting maybe in differently. So this is very much possible. The kind of trends West Bengal happened at this point. So these two things I wanted to share. And from
couple of things I want to point out at this point. Uttar Pradesh, Aditya, the SP has done better than the BJP in Uttar Pradesh, and I'm looking at the election commission. The SP is now leading in 36 seats. The BJP is leading in 34. The Congress has 7, so that puts both the SP and the Congress together in a very strong position. A couple of other headlines coming out of Uttar Pradesh at this point. The Prime Minister is leading in Varanasi with a lead of 76,000 votes. Smriti Irani continues to trail in Amethi. Rahul Gandhi leading in Raebareli with over 1.5 lakh votes. Karan Bhushan Singh, Brijbhushan Charan Singh's son, is leading with 51,000 votes, a lead of 51,000. What do you believe this will mean for the state politics of Uttar Pradesh now that the SP is looking much more confident after this? This is a win for them.
It's a huge win. I think this is probably the SP's best performance ever. I think in 2004 they had about 35 seats, so this is close to that. I think eventual numbers will be around about that range. But to accomplish this in the less than 6 months after the Ram Mandir inauguration, I mean, the party which was considered, which was really BJP presented it as the villain of the entire Ram Janmabhoomi agitation, that the party which fired at car savers. And despite that entire campaign, SPs winning 30 plus seats, winning from seats that they had no chances of winning 5 years back, despite their alliance with BSP. So it's a huge, huge win for SP on its own and Akhilesh Yadav personally. And the full credit to Akhilesh Yadav, Priyanka Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi, who campaigned extremely aggressively in the state, and the chemistry between the two parties was quite something. But to be fair, I think this is also partly Yogi Adityanath's vote of dissent against the BJP. And Mr. Adityanath has his own support base through the Yuva Vahini and his own caste groups, which don't align with either the BJP or the RSS, so they are loyal only to him. So they can easily turn certain, closely fought seats in favor of one party or the other. So this is also, I think, Yogi Adityanath's way of telling Mr. Modi and Mr. Shah not to mess with him. And the third story from Uttar Pradesh is the complete decimation of Mayawati. And it does seem that her vote has overwhelmingly shifted to the SP Congress alliance and not the BJP. So the Jata voter may have been an anti-BJP voter more than anything else, and that voter has shifted to that side. So huge story coming from Uttar Pradesh.
I just want to point out to our audience, and I'll share this in a little while on the screen. The Adani Enterprises stocks are tanking today. They're down 20%. Adani Enterprises alone is down 20%. I'm assuming it's going to hit a circuit breaker. It's lost 729 points. And remember, the market itself is tanking, but the Adani Group stocks apparently have come down between 17 and 20% today. Obviously, people are reading this out. I mean, the stock market doesn't pull any punches. That Team Adani benefited greatly from being so close to the Prime Minister, and this is a shadow that is now coming over that entire company. And there were a lot of investigations that were not adequately completed, one would say, that may in fact open up again against this company. A lot of things that were given to the company that may be brought under question again. The person we have not spoken about, Aditya, up till now, and I waited, to have this conversation, is Rahul Gandhi. Regularly written off, almost, a career peppered with more failures than successes. Is this, in your opinion, if a success for Rahul Gandhi as a person, as an individual?
Without doubt. I think Rahul Gandhi would stand vindicated to some extent. The Bharat Jodo Yatra, especially the first Bharat Jodo Yatra, did organizationally revive the Congress. It organizationally revived the entire opposition space. It really gave the signal that there is a fight on the ground. And to his credit, he stuck to an ideological, he made it an ideological battle. So anyone who was ideologically against the BJP, he sort of gave them hope and became this fulcrum of that entire of that entire space. From what Congress insiders say, that there was also a lot of microscopic work that was going on. That every district Rahul Gandhi passed through during the yatra, especially in the Hindi heartland and parts of South India, they met representatives of Dalit organizations at the district level in almost every district. So, I mean, even a survey like the Access India Today survey, gave Congress an advantage, the Congress alliance an advantage of 1 percentage point over the NDA among Dalit voters. So even that survey, which was giving BJP such a huge majority, said that the India alliance was doing better among Dalits than the NDA. So in the actual result, it might have been, the lead might have been even higher. So I mean, making Mr. Kharge becoming the Congress president, giving Mr. Kharge a free hand on certain matters, Rahul Gandhi leading the entire ideological battle, and leaving the more political management task to Mr. Kharge was probably a decent arrangement for the Congress. And they didn't show that much of an ego on seat sharing. They let the allies have their way, especially in states like Bihar. So I think a lot of credit is due to Rahul Gandhi and to Mallikarjun Kharge.
Sanatan, do you agree that this is a personal victory for Rahul Gandhi?
Of course, like for Rahul Gandhi, I think he's the only leader. What Aditya also pointed out, when it comes to the ideological battle, when it comes to explaining the ideological battle, it's not that the people of India do not understand that there is an ideological battle. But what this ideological battle is exactly is, in simple terms, I think that is something Rahul Gandhi did very candidly. That okay, this is politics of love versus there is politics of hatred or mohabbat ki dukan. This is a very something really touched people, and you will see that one thing is very clear from this election. Like, of course, we are not calling it a day, or we do not know anything about the final outcome, but some of the things are clear. That why is BJP unable to touch the majority number, the magic figure? The reason is the surge in Congress, the surge in Congress, the seats. Why Mr. Modi was so much has always been against the Gandhi family and always attacked the Gandhi family, because this is something he has always feared, that if Congress does well, then the BJP will get stuck. Okay, and today is a great day to see that. I think because I have a power cut at this point, I am unable to watch the TV. I don't know what is the exact number of Congress. So
I'll tell you. I'll tell you the
I
exact number of Congress. Congress is at 96.
96, so it can touch 100 also. So three figure for Congress after a long time, which is happening. And at the same time, this is why the BJP is unable to reach there. And the credit of Rahul Gandhi of galvanizing the party, the telling the cadres that we exist. We are not a kind of a political party which is just stuck in Das Janpat. We are here. See, I am here. I am walking with you. So this message was very important, and also just the way Aditya talked about giving Mr. Kharge a lot of free hand. At the same time, I think that when it comes to India Gathbandhan, the I.N.D.A. D.I.A. alliance, the Congress also showed a broad heart to some extent in several cases. They tried to accommodate as much as people possible. You will see, despite very sharp attacks by Mamata Banerjee to Congress, the Congress High Command maintained a very balanced approach towards her. That नहीं नहीं ठीक है, ये सब चलता रहता है.
Here's my question about Mamata Banerjee. Mamata Banerjee at 31 seats. She had initially said she's contesting alone. Then she said she will give outside support. What is her status right now?
So that is something we will only be able to like, her status is the best known by her. So it's very difficult to predict. but she has a great age in West Bengal as far as the numbers are concerned, and so I don't think that the speculations what the left and Congress in West Bengal was doing, that she will join the hands with BJP and all these things, that will not happen in any case. But I think she will be with the because now she has an advantageous position. She's very good at bargaining when it comes to
Yes.
political bargaining, and negotiations. I think she will be with the India bloc. That is my
Yeah. So Aditya, this question to you: do you believe that Mamata Banerjee has any wiggle room here, or she will remain with the India bloc? That's question number one. And I'll ask you the other question when you're done answering this one.
Yes, certainly. I think Mamata Banerjee also recognizes that her enemy number one is the BJP. She would also want to tell her anti-BJP voter that she is doing all it takes to fight the BJP nationally as well as at the state level. So Mamata Banerjee, I think the challenge for her is not so much to show that she's against the BJP. She will be against. She'll be the but to show that she is the only anti-BJP force in West Bengal. I think that is what her entire messaging would be in the run-up to the next assembly election in the state. But a huge win for her. I mean, Sandesh Khali doesn't seem to have had harmed her. The BJP has lost ground, and Mamata Banerjee has been in power since 2011. So 13 years of anti-incumbency, and yet she manages to increase her tally compared to the previous Lok Sabha election. So very, very substantial win for Mamata Banerjee here.
You know, the other thing we've not spoken about is Delhi. According to the Election Commission, Delhi is 7 for 7 for the BJP. So Aam Aadmi Party and Congress not able to make a single dent in Delhi. Aditya?
Yeah, no, but not unexpected. I think even in our previous discussions, we were saying that this is how it would probably turn out. Some seats are still very close. I was seeing Chandni Chowk and this New Delhi and East Delhi. These three seats are still about 20,000 margin currently. So maybe these seats could still shift. JP Agarwal of Congress was leading for a brief while in Chandni Chowk. But the other seats are pretty much gone, including that of Kanhaiya Kumar. So, but I mean, I wanted to ask Sayantan this. So, Kejriwal's arrest didn't lead to any sympathy or consolidation behind the AAP Congress alliance?
So before you answer, the Aam Aadmi Party is leading in 3 seats in Punjab and 0 in Delhi. Go ahead.
Yes, like in Delhi, I think in the last conversation also, what we had conversations that when it comes to Modi versus Kejriwal and it's Lok Sabha election, I think the mandate is very clear that people are saying that okay, we want Mr. Modi. And when it comes, and also this is my personal belief that like when the alliance of between the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress, there on the ground it was not very much it was not very much working, because see the people who has remained in Congress in Delhi, they are very hardcore Congress supporters, uh, right? Else they have already left and joined BJP or Aam Aadmi Party. So this kind of hardcore Congress supporters who has fought the rise of Aam Aadmi Party on the ground, who have lost everything to the Aam Aadmi Party, supporting the Aam Aadmi Party blindly, uh, was always a bit difficult. And the Congress, Delhi Pradesh Congress people, they in my conversations, what I found out that Arvinder Singh Lavli, he joined the BJP. Because of this alliance. This alliance, they believe that it was imposed, and that's why Congress could not support them with broad heart. Last day also, Mr. He told us that in when Udit Raj was absent, when Mr. Kejriwal did a road show, and when it comes to the narrative of sympathy, right? this is my personal belief that Aam Aadmi Party, this playing of victim card, playing of sympathy game, somewhere this is getting overbearing, for the people. Like all the time, if you like, you just for an example, the time Mr. Kejriwal surrendered to Tihar jail by doing a like going with Z plus category security. Within 24 hours, आम आदमी पार्टी लीडर्स आर कमिंग एंड सेइंग कि उसके लिए कूलर नहीं है, ठीक है, उस 3 वेट मशीन से वेट दे आर मेजरिंग वेट. So continuously this kind of narratives, no, sometimes I believe that to people it is like it is becoming very boring also. So that is something though, as far as Delhi and sympathy and Aam Aadmi Party is concerned. And though it is a bit unexpected somewhere, at least one seat or two, it was like it could have been.
Yeah.
But in Punjab, I will say that that of course in Punjab, Aam Aadmi Party is not. It's not in a very great position, but at the same time, people like Aam Aadmi Party. But more of it, I think what is the other equations, Aditya? If I get to know from you that how it's going in Punjab, then it will be better.
So in Punjab, I think a lot of voters, even though they felt positively about the Aam Aadmi Party government because of the free bijli, they said that at the central election, we think Congress is the main option, and the Congress is the party that can sort of defeat the BJP and prevent any kind of farm laws being revived. So I think that is one thing that has happened in Punjab. The second thing is, of course, Amritpal Singh seems to be winning comfortably in Khadur Sahab. Last I saw on the EC website, he was leading by 83,000 votes. I don't think that lead is going to change because it's a pretty uniform kind of constituency. It's a very rural Sikh constituency. So I don't think some booths will be different from others. It's not that kind of place. So Amritpal will most probably win. Sarabjit Singh, the son of Indira Gandhi's assassin Beant Singh, he is also leading in Faridkot. So there is a revival of some kind of a hardline hardline Sikh politics in Punjab. Akali Dal is down to one seat. Harsimrat Kaur is leading by a not so big margin in Bathinda, but she could pull through. But the BJP, exit polls predicted 4 seats for the BJP. The BJP as of now is leading on none. So that day on exit poll day also I said that the India Today exit poll is completely wrong, and this is what is happening. I think they took the survey from Punjabi Bagh and not Punjab. So
I just want to point out though, the stock market, dude, Nifty 50 is down 8% this morning. That's a giant, massive fall. It wipes out all of the gains that we saw post-election, the exit polls. The Sensex is down 7%. Now, to remind our audience, if it hits 10% before 1 o'clock in the afternoon, there will be a circuit breaker, which means that trading will stop, because this is a really unusual and a very large sort of break. It will stop for 45 minutes. If it falls 10% after 1 o'clock, before 2:30, there'll be a 15-minute stop, and after that, there's no stop. So circuit breakers, basically when the market tanks very hard and there are forces on the market, they stop so that, to stop the momentum. And it's likely that that will happen today. The last time we had a circuit breaker was when UPA 2 came back. Manmohan Singh was going to become Prime Minister. We saw a circuit breaker on the upper end. We may see a circuit breaker on the lower end. So I thought I saw your hand go up. Go ahead, please.
Yes, I wanted to ask Aditya that what is the situation of Sushil Kumar Rinku, that the Aam Aadmi Party person who joined? I think he's from Jalandhar.
Channi is leading, Charanjit Channi, former Chief Minister, is leading by a huge margin of over 1.3 lakh or something in Jalandhar. So he is really comfortable. Right. I wanted to, in fact, bring out one interesting statistic that has come. In Faizabad, which Ayodhya is part of Faizabad Lok Sabha seat, the Samajwadi Party is leading by 4,000 votes.
Oh, how is that I don't even understand that.
I don't
So
know. I
you're
mean, if this
saying
will
that
last through till the
BJP,
end, but
the
significant.
BJP is not winning in Ayodhya. BJP is losing in Ayodhya. Correct?
It's very surprising. There was some, and when there was some resentment against Lallu Singh, the MP, but everyone thought that because there's so much work being done because of the Ram Mandir, it might I mean, BJP would certainly not lose there. Maybe they might still win, but as of now, Lallu Singh is trailing, and Avdesh Prasad of the SP is leading in Ayodhya.
I think I just wanted to say one thing, that I think there is one trend which is very, because that's why I asked about Rinku also. In West Bengal also we witness this, that there is a resentment or there is a discontent of voters against people who have jumped this turncoats kind of candidates. In Maharashtra also you will see that because that they are not getting the support from the people. In West Bengal also seats like Barakpur, where Arjun Singh, who is like uh, BJP, TMC, BJP, he's losing. In Kolkata North, Tapas Rai is losing. In Maharashtra, I said in Aam Aadmi Party, this Rinku, he's trailing. So there is a discontent, and which is a very good sign, I believe, in politically, that this turncoat should get this lesson that if this happens, then people do not like this kind of
Yeah.
continuous flip flops, and this should have happened early, but in this election, it is something I believe it is becoming a good trend. This is one of my readings.
Two people who are trailing still, Smriti Irani and Shashi Tharoor, at nearly, 20 minutes to 1 o'clock, Aditya. Does this mean they're losing?
I think committees, I've not seen Smriti Irani lead much today. So Smriti Irani, so I think that seat seems certain. Thiruvananthapuram can still go in any direction. I think Thrissur was the most stable lead for the BJP, at least until an hour ago. Suresh Gopi was
Can we check? Can we check the size of the lead Kishori Lal has over Smriti Irani in Amethi? I don't have those numbers. Do you?
I'll just check that.
So our audience, we're all checking to see what is the lead that Kishori Lal has over Smriti
It
Irani.
is about 54,000 right now.
Is that wide for Amethi?
It's not bad. It's difficult for her to overcome that lead, especially since he's consistently been leading for some time now.
So there is a strong possibility here Smriti Irani might lose her seat in Amethi.
There is a breaking that Prajwal Revana loses Hassan.
What?
Wow.
Okay.
Indian Express, yes. To Shreyas Patel by 44,000 votes.
I'm surprised. I'm also a little impressed by the voters in Hassan, if they reacted to those videos.
Even though scandal actually hadn't broken out in the media when Hassan voted, but it was already doing the rounds.
The videos were already doing that. And I remember reading a story. There was D.K. Shivkumar who held the video until the very last moment and put it out at just that right time. Is that also what you heard, Aditya?
I don't know actually because the Home Ministry is that way with the Siddaramaiah. So I'm not sure how that transpired in Karnataka.
Not the police, but just the videos. So there was one story on social media that said that D.K. Shivkumar had the videos with him for a while and he held on to them until the opportune moment to release them to cause most damage. So he waited until the Prime Minister came to Hassan, campaigned for this guy. They held their silence that entire time and then released it when they thought they could do the most damage. Also trailing, Mr. Mahan has joined us again. Also trailing is Annamalai. In Coimbatore, A.K. Antony, in Pattanamthitta, Adir Ranjan Chaudhary is trailing at this point. Just pulling out some more surprises.
So Tharoor is trailing by 15,000.
Not very substantial, but still.
Not very substantial, but yeah, it's still significant.
Omar Abdullah has been trailing all day.
So that I think there was a very interesting candidate there, Engineer Rashid. He was incarcerated for a very long time. I think he was among the most. He had probably the longest incarceration among Kashmir politicians. So Engineer Rashid is the one who's probably winning Baramulla.
Somnath Bharti of the Aam Aadmi Party is trailing. And Supriya Sule is now leading in Baramati. Mr. Mahan, we were just discussing, and I missed you during that conversation, of between Nitish Kumar and Chandrababu Naidu. What do you think their negotiation demand will be? Because they currently hold the cards.
Well, I mean, that's a tricky one, Faye. But to be honest, I think what they would want, because they both largely remained regional leaders so far. Of course, Nitish Kumar does have prime ministerial ambitions that we've all known for at least a good 15 odd years. So it'll be interesting to see, because it's. I mean, with those numbers, I don't think he can really stake a claim to becoming prime minister. But I mean, assuming that they will listen to the voice of the people, and suddenly their conscience will wake up, etc., etc. But if they're staying on with the NDA, then I really don't know how much of a leverage they will have, because the BJP in its current avatar, considering that they are roughly ending up with 240 seats, it may not be such a huge setback for the BJP to actually consider a change in leadership, at least not immediately, because they do know that they have to cobble together a government. This is now going to be an NDA government. So, to be honest, a much better deal for their states is what I would assume will be the argument for them to stay on, in case they are staying with the NDA and they are planning to go ahead and support Narendra Modi. But from what one hears, I mean, this is too early, I think, for all that power play to really play itself out. Things may become quite interesting. It's not a done deal that it is going to be an NDA government, especially if the BJP falls below 235. Then we may well see, some kind of support moving towards the India alliance.
The BJP is currently, as per the Election Commission website, is at 242. That's 241 leads in one Surat seat that it already has in the bag. Plus the rest of its allies, and we'll, the other question I wanted to also ask you is the SP and Akhilesh Yadav, complete change of fortune in this result, Mr. Man.
Absolutely, I think the one state that has probably surprised even all of us who kind of looked at the grassroots realities, who looked at how things were going. The one state, I mean, somehow people were under this very clear and strong impression that things are unlikely to change very substantially in UP. But the fact that in less than, 4 months of the Ram Temple, ceremony, etc., being held in such grand style by Mr. Modi, and inviting all of India's power elite and social elite, the corporate elite, everyone was there to make it into a huge, big spectacle. If the BJP is actually trailing Samajwadi Party, and if you put together the whole alliance, they're certainly trailing quite badly, then this is the story in some senses of the election. And this, in many ways, will mean normal politics in a certain sense, getting back to at least the Hindi heartland, because that's where the BJP in the past decade has dominated like nobody's business. And the domination was built around Uttar Pradesh. And yes, they're holding on to their bastions in Gujarat and Madhya Pradesh, but Rajasthan, certainly, they've made a pretty strong comeback. I mean, the Grand Old Party, the Congress is actually leading on 11 out of the 25 seats now. And one of Modi's ministers is definitely trailing, and trailing badly. He's at number 3 in the Barmer seat in Western Rajasthan, where when Aditya had spoken about it, it was a young independent MLA Ravinder Bharti, who was leading, but now it's a Congress candidate who seems to be leading. So clearly, the BJP has been jolted big time in Uttar Pradesh and also quite impressively in Rajasthan. So this means that, and also in Haryana. So this means that the Hindi cow belt, whatever you might want to call it, is beginning to get back to a semblance of normalcy. Faye?
Yes, I just want to point out again, I'm going back to the stock market a little bit on a regular basis because we've seen quite a deep cut. The cut of there's about 7.5% lost on Reliance Industries, but 20% lost on Adani, on the Adani group companies, but also seeing a cut, ONGC, Tata Steel, NTPC, SBI, Power Grid. So infrastructure companies are, are being sold off on the stock market right now. JSW Steel. Actually, do we know what happened to Naveen Jindal? Can someone please check for me? That was an interesting candidate that the BJP actually fielded, who used to be Congress, accused, charge sheeted in the coal scam. Now, enlisted in the BJP and presented as a candidate. I want to see how he's done because the company, Jindal as a steel company is
Aam Aadmi Party, until I lost about 10 minutes back, Aam Aadmi Party had a very narrow lead in that seat. Sushil Gupta.
We're seeing some of the banking stocks come down as well, but mostly infrastructure, cement, and then the loss on the tech front is minimal, but it's largely large infrastructure companies that we're seeing a tank on in the stock market. Aditya, so at this point, can we safely say India is going to form the government? It's likely to be the same prime minister, but there will be a different cabinet.
Definitely, a different cabinet because they would have to accommodate far more allies than they did last time. None of the prominent ministries were with allied ministers in the previous government. Now will be more like in Vajpayee era like situation in which defense used to be with George Fernandez, railways used to be with ally for most of the time. So at least railways now most probably will go to an ally. Some of these key ministries. So that I think government will be very different there. I think NDA convener's position will become much more important. They would probably insist on a convener from an allied party or at least a BJP leader who has a slightly more inclusive kind of skills. So I think a very different kind of NDA government will be required. I just wanted to point out one thing, and the NDA has gained something like 33 seats from just two states, Odisha and Andhra Pradesh. And in both the states, India Alliance wasn't really in the picture. Congress is a very marginal player in Odisha now. And in Andhra Pradesh, there was no India Alliance party that was really had a serious chance of winning any seats. So actually, the India Alliance seems to have done well in almost all the states where they had a chance. And it's the NDA's gains have come at the expense of two parties who were in the in the no man's land zone. I mean, what I want to know what Sayantan as well as Mr. Mahan have to say about it.
I am very happy about one thing that people of India has settled one battle that they are like Prashant Kishore will also be happy and Mr. Yogendra Yadav will also be happy. Uh, I was not expecting a battle between them after the vote after the election outcome. So both of them will be happy.
One was really one is Sanjay Kumar. I think I was always team Sanjay Kumar to begin with, and Sanjay Kumar's prediction is the one which has come true more than either of the other gentlemen.
Absolutely.
I just want to point out some arithmetic on the screen, very simple arithmetic at this point. The halfway mark is 272. NDA is currently at 293, so about 20 away from that halfway mark, with all the allies and everything. On the other hand, nipping at the heels, India is at 232, Those are the numbers on your screen. It's about 40 away from that halfway mark. The gap is not very wide. Aditya, is it likely the gap might close in the numbers that are still being counted, or are we going to stay at these, how many swings do you expect in these seats?
At least in the last half an hour, I've not seen it change much. It has been 290 on one side and 225. Now it's 230 here. So I don't see it changing very drastically now.
Right. And I do want to ask you all this. So, one of the complaints, Mr. Mann, I'll take this question to you. One of the complaints that we've had over the last 10 years almost, but mostly over the last 5 years, is that the opposition is really weak. Even within the functioning of parliament, they get, suspended, they get thrown out, they're sitting outside, bills are being passed without opposition say. They're not, the constant complaint that the opposition is just not strong enough. Does that now change? At 230 seats in the opposition, will we have a stronger functioning parliament?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, just not in terms of the numbers, but I think the spirit and the overall ambience in the country, within the political world, is just going to change quite dramatically after these results, even assuming that the NDA is able to form a government, etc., etc. But we have to remember one thing, that this collaboration between the media and the power elite, the power regime in Delhi, I think this is what was leading to a situation where there was a popular perception being built that the opposition is very weak. The point is that if supposing on the streets of Jaipur, say the Congress and the left are protesting, but nobody is covering, nobody gets to know about it. In Hindi, there's a saying, ki jangal mein mor nacha kisne dekha. So, if the media is just not covering when major important opposition leaders are out on the ground protesting about certain policies or issues, nobody is showcasing all that either on television or even in the newspapers. It's just buried on some inside page, etc. So, part of the problem is, yes, indeed, there was demoralization within the opposition camp. But the other thing is that whatever little they were doing, even that was not transmitted and not allowed to be known to the country and to the people in the country. So I think this was a narrative that was being deliberately created, and this collaboration between the media and the Modi dispensation is what was leading to this perception. That is now bound to change, given that the opposition numbers are going to be much, much larger than earlier, and the fact that the Modi dispensation's numbers and popularity very clearly are declining quite substantially. So I mean, we are going to look at a very, very different India, and it's an India where all that jazz and all that talk about Hindu Rashtra, etc., will gradually have to diminish. One final thing, Faye, you talked about how do you see if these numbers sustain. What we are not probably evaluating enough is this discord that we've seen over the past month or so between the BJP and the RSS. So will the RSS now look for a change, push for a change, encourage leaders within the BJP who are not particularly thrilled with the way things have gone over the past decade within the party? Will it then encourage them? Will we see dissent? That to me is one of the most interesting things, this equation between the BJP and the RSS and how it's going, and especially the equation between Narendra Modi and the RSS and Gadkari and the RSS. All of these equations will have to be very closely seen over the next 24 or 48 hours for us to actually see.
So a lot of people who are feeling unheard will now need to be heard, like the RSS, for example.
Well, I don't think the RSS has not been heard. The RSS is no, the RSS has been heard. Come on. I mean, much of the polarizing agenda is being laid out in consonance with the ideological sort of basis of the RSS and the way they've been pushing certain issues. The question is of power sharing. and the power sharing between RSS and the BJP. I think that equation is something that will have to be recrafted, and all of us will have to see very carefully. Because if the RSS now puts its foot down and says, no, we need a different leader, then there's no way that Mr. Modi can continue.
Because
Because
I
as it
remember
is,
reading a report, Mr. Mahan, I
no,
remember
as
reading
it
a
is,
report
if
by
the
Bobby
BJP is
Kapoor.
dropping 60 plus seats, and
Yeah.
this was a one-man show all these 10 years, I mean, or maximum 1+1 man show. So the others are now going to stand up and be counted and perhaps demand certain changes for the BJP. Otherwise, it would mean as if the verdict is not being heard by the BJP at all. So how will the Gadkaris, the Vasundhara Rajes, the Rajnath Singhs, etc., now react to these new political realities, and how do most of the RSS-backed leaders within the party actually take this result, and how will they react to all this, is something that all of us need to very, very closely monitor over the next few days. Faye.
This is super interesting. Aditya, you want to say something? Go ahead.
Yeah, I had a question actually, but I can go after this section is over. Yeah.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I wanted to ask all three of you, who would do you think would be the next leader of the opposition?
Well,
Because Ranjan Chaudhary is losing and might not come into parliament.
Even if he wins, I don't think it will be Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary again. It will be
no.
unless the Congress has a death wish. Yeah. But,
Adi Ranjan is going to be vetoed by Mamta. I'm just being flippant. I'm just being flippant. But, to be honest, why not Rahul Gandhi then? I mean, much of this turnaround, whether a large section of the media does not want to acknowledge it, but to be honest, if things on the ground in the country have changed, much of the credit actually has to go to Rahul and the Bharat Jodo Yatra, which he carried, especially from, October, or when it was in 22 to the March of 23. I think much of the transformation in that's the discourse within the country. Forget what the media was showing, but the discourse on the ground and his connect with the people has certainly increased substantially. And if the Congress is getting above 90, possibly maybe even 100 plus seats, then I don't see why. Obviously, it has to be somebody from the Congress. It could very easily be Rahul Gandhi. And, this whole attempt at not making leaders at just the right time and giving it to somebody else is a terrible tradition in the Congress. I mean, for instance, what we saw in Rajasthan from 2018 to 23, this constant battle between Ashok Gehlot and Sachin Pilot, it could have well been avoided if they'd just gone, well, Sachin was the PCC chief. He's the one who worked for 5 years, and they could have handed it to Sachin Pilot. So, and similarly, if they're not doing as well as many expected the Congress to do, or hoped that the Congress would do in Karnataka, I think I almost see some shades of the Rajasthan situation happening there, because if there are frictions within the chief minister and the deputy chief minister, and the whole party is kind of going in different directions, there's factionalism, then they don't come out with the kind of force and the strength with which you need if you want to win elections. So I think Rahul, it's high time now, if the Congress and he himself has ambitions of leading the country, because one of the constant arguments, if you might recall, has been that, oh, he's never been a minister, oh, he's never held any position of authority or responsibility. So I think it's time for him to stand up, be counted, and why shouldn't he be made? I mean, among all the various MPs, he's also now going to become, what, a 5-term MP? He's been winning since 2004.
Yeah. 9, 14, 19, yeah, 5th term.
So he's senior enough. In terms of age also, he's senior enough. So I personally think that Rahul might just be the best choice in case they're sitting in opposition.
Yeah. So I just want to read out some news that's coming in. Naveen Patnaik in the assembly polls is trailing by 63 votes in his own constituency, but trailing nevertheless. Kangana Ranaut is leading by 65,000 votes. DMK and allies are set for a clean sweep of Tamil Nadu. Although BJP has crossed a 10% vote share in Tamil Nadu, and that is interesting. Anurag Thakur is leading. Rajiv Chandrasekhar has increased his lead over Shashi Tharoor by 22,000 votes. So really interesting sort of movements coming from the ground there. Aditya,
what's the latest update on Amethi? What's the latest update from Amethi?
Trailing by 50,000 votes. Smriti Irani trailing.
Trailing. Okay.
And she has been trailing all day. We've not had a moment where she's gotten a little bit of a lead at all.
Yeah, well, I mean, she's one of the super powerful women in this country in the last 10 years. So a very, very powerful minister, very well connected.
The question that I do want to ask you all is this. I asked Sanjay Hegde about if there's going to be a difference in judiciary. I want to ask you if you all believe there will be a difference after this in media.
Who's going with this? Aditya, we seek your reactions first. You're the political editor of a very important platform in the country. You tell us, and a very close observer of India's media. Please tell us, what do you think? Do you think a major transformation might begin to happen now?
So I think a couple of weeks back, or maybe it was last week, Subhash Chandra held a conference in Le Méridien, or one of the 5-star hotels in Delhi, on press freedom. So Subhash Chandra started talking about press freedom. I think it's an interesting sign of things to come.
Okay, do you want to know what I think? I think the television guys have no loyalties to anybody other than themselves. Okay, I can't speak for a newspaper. I've never really worked for a newspaper. I've worked for television almost my entire career. They don't love anybody. Okay, so their political friendships are so fickle, and they will change tomorrow morning if they feel it suits them better, viewership-wise, and viewership translates into money. So the big television channels who have been really more than PR for government for the last 10 years will suddenly change their spots. Even the biggest guys, the most surprising ones, will change their spots tomorrow morning if they feel it doesn't suit them any further. So for the political bosses, I would say keep a close eye on your friends in the media, because they may not be your friends tomorrow if you are not as powerful anymore. And these are really the guys to watch out for. Anyone who switched and has no ideals and integrity and has switched so deeply and so desperately over the last 10 years from being journalists to being puppy dogs will switch the other way in the next 1 week if it suits them. And that will really be something to watch. I'm grabbing my popcorn and I'm going to start watching television news, because it's going to become really interesting over the next couple of weeks. Mr. Mahan, that was my take.
Very well said.
Yeah, well, I mean, I tend to agree. Basically, what you're saying, if I may put it the other way around, is that these are all just opportunists. But yes, I don't have as high a hope from them as you seem to have, that they will immediately, because they're now so deeply entrenched in this system that, a lot will depend on whether the Modi dispensation survives or not. Because if Mr. Modi is able to still remain as the prime minister, despite this setback, and a fairly strong setback, then I don't see many of the, I mean, I could always take names, but I don't wish to, because I don't want to personalize this. But, a lot of these big channels, as you call them, the channel that I worked for, NDTV, which they continue to call it NDTV. I wonder why they don't call it Adani TV channel. I'm really surprised. And they're just going on eating into the NDTV name and using the credibility that NDTV and all of us who work there.
That's what they spend the money on.
For that channel.
Yeah.
So I think many of the compromised characters are so deeply compromised now that many in the opposition, if the opposition is indeed able to somehow magically cobble together some government, then in any case, we'll probably see not as many sackings as we saw in 2014, but we will probably see many of these, star or superstar anchors being downgraded, and they'll probably appear for a few months in the afternoon bulletins, etc., which you, Faye, and I, we both know. Nobody who counts for something major becomes an afternoon anchor or afternoon editor. So a lot of these luminaries of the last 10 years will gradually fade out, um, may not happen overnight. And if Modi survives, then they will continue with their bhakti, because the bhakti has been so lucrative. Ultimately, as you said, the big bucks are what matters to them, right? So the big bucks will continue to flow in case the prime minister is still the same, the dispensation is, yes, it will get tweaked, and they will not be able to have as much aggression on the polarizing issues as they've had in the past decade. But for the TV wallahs, that has not mattered at all. No, they've just sold their souls. So they're from
I,
journalists, they
I
all
just have
turn into
one.
PROs, public relations guys. So they will continue with their PR, but yes, maybe it will become a little more subtle and not so in your face kind of. Uh, shall I use the word chamchagi or
Please.
sycophancy that we've seen for the last several years?
I just have to put a rejoinder to what I said. I happen to really like puppy dogs. I did not mean to offend puppy dogs. That I made. All right. Yeah, last, shall we do closing? Yes. Chairman, go ahead.
Yes, and one thing I wanted to say that I believe that because well, the TV news channels you've already talked about. I think if this situation continues and if the less powerful NDA government comes in power, then the space of alternative media, independent media, will expand in some way, because the kind of operation we have witnessed this time, like for example the news click and all, there are several examples. Like you take a name of any independent media, they have faced the kind of backlash, except from one or two, I think. But so I think that space, the digital media, the independent spaces, that space will get expanded in under if this really happened. And today I was very happy in the morning when I was looking at several channels that I watched for quite a long time, the decoder of
Yes.
where Mr. Pranoy Roy was sitting there with Nidhi Razdan, and it was of course it was a touch of nostalgia, but at the same time that these spaces will expand. I believe that is also a digital platform, a kind of independent platform. So I think that that will happen. This kind of operation will become lesser. And last thing is that I think I will have to leave now, because there are. So
So,
if
no, understood. So,
uh,
thank you, all of you. Just quick,
yes.
does anybody have a final wrap quest statements to make, Aditya, from where we're looking at it right now? NDA falling below 290. It's at 289. India is inching by 2-3 seats up since we last looked at those numbers.
I think we were at 70, a difference of 70 when we last spoke, and now it's down to 63. So I think the gap is closing a little bit. If I think the gap comes under 50, and if NDA comes under 280 somehow, then I think it can really go in anyway. Because basically, I think any one party switching, if it sort of puts NDA in danger, I think that is where the turning point would come. Currently, I think NDA is still comfortable because it has a lead of 17, and just a switch of one party can't change things.
Mr. Van, final statement. I'll give you the last word.
Yeah, they need to go below 280 as of now, and the BJP needs to go below 235, I think, for us to actually think realistically of a change of government. Otherwise, maybe the NDA partners will give them support and ensure that this broad dispensation remains. But Faye, the central message of today is that India is getting back to its roots. India is not moving the Hindu Rashtra way. India is going to remain the way we have cherished and wanted this country to be. The secular credentials with which the freedom struggle of this country was run, the principles on which the constitution of this country was framed, I think all of those are now safe and protected, no matter who comes into government, no matter whether it's an N.D.A. government. Of course, if it's an N.D.A., there's no worry. But even assuming that there is an N.D.A. government, we will probably not see the kind of polarizing politics and the kind of threats to India's democracy that we've seen over the past decade. Faye?
All right, Mr. Mahan, Aditya, and Sanatan, thank you so much for spending time with me. For our audience, I'll give you a quick wrap of the information before we stop. Remember, we're back at 7 o'clock this evening, where we'll have more clarity on where things are turning and if there are statements coming in from the parties, and if there's any other sort of backroom information that we can bring to you, we'll bring you that at 7 o'clock this evening. We're going to try and keep bringing you the numbers. This is where we are right now. The N.D.A. has fallen below 290. It is now 289. The India bloc is at 236. Remember that halfway point right now is at 272. So they're both staring at it from opposite ends. The power in the hands of Nitish Kumar and Chandrababu Naidu, who are both part of the N.D.A., and between the two of them have 15 seats. So they have some bargaining power, and they may use that bargaining power to get good deals for themselves as far as their respective states are concerned. But they could use it for more if they choose to. That is where we are in that point. I'll just take a look at the BJP at this point is at 243. Remember, halfway mark is at 272. The BJP by itself has not formed a majority. It cannot form a majority government. It needs the help of its allies. And, those allies, like I said, are Chandrababu Naidu, Nitish Kumar, and Ajit Pawar, who has 1 seat, Eknath Shinde, who has about 6 seats in Maharashtra. So the allies are a small trickling, and there are a few coming in from the northeast, but this is where we are. The Congress currently leading in 95 seats, much, much better than it has done before. So really managing to bring in its allies and sharing seats with the India bloc has paid off for the Congress party. Big win here for Akhilesh Yadav, who's got 35 seats for the Samajwadi Party, perhaps its best performance in Uttar Pradesh so far. Mamata Banerjee retaining her very strong hold over West Bengal, with the TMC holding on to 31 seats on Bengal. Another strong performance is by the DMK and Stalin in Tamil Nadu with 21 seats. The TDP and the JDU, so that is Chandrababu Naidu and Janata Dal United with Nitish Kumar both doing very well as well. Another interesting note here is Shiv Sena's Uddhav Thackeray version of Shiv Sena and the Sharad Pawar version of the NCP have done really well in Maharashtra respectively. They have proven that the people of Maharashtra are with them and not with the defectors from their parties, because the Shinde Shiv Sena only has 6 against Uddhav Thackeray's 10, and Ajit Pawar has 1 seat against Sharad Pawar's 7. I'm going to leave you here right now, but we're going to take a look at more of those numbers. The Aam Aadmi Party winning nothing in Delhi. The BJP has gotten all 7 out of 7 in Delhi. Aam Aadmi Party has won 3 seats, or is leading in 3 seats in Punjab, but not in Delhi. We'll come back with more of this information at 7 o'clock. We'll have more clarity on where these numbers are settling, but it does seem like this is where we are right now. I do want to thank you so much for staying with us and supporting us. For all of you who signed up for our membership, please sign up for our membership. Please support our independent journalism. Please gift memberships to friends and family. Much love to all of you. I will put out a separate video breaking down all of the results quickly and short so that you can share it with friends and family. We will also meet at 7 o'clock this evening with a more clearer breakdown of what's happening. Thank you so much for watching. Big hug. I'll see you guys soon.